Perfect. Well, exactly how I wanted my camera to look. Yes, perfect. Uh, no lights in the background today. I can't get that fixed today. Not yet, at least. No, not. Don't fuck out. Done camera. Right. Yeah, perfect. Much better. Hello. I am late as always. It's okay. It's okay, right? Hey, nobody's here, so it's fine. Why? Right. Back to me gaming. Back to me gaming. Yeah, I want to run this right. Oh, speaking of running, let's check if my headphones are still running. It's not great. Good to know. There you go. Yeah. Game audio works. Yeah, everything works. It's fine. Let's get to it. Episode 2. Episode 1. Episode 1 was short. True. It kind of did seem like this was a shorter game overall, but let's see how it is. I like how I can actually play the music without copyright.
I'm freezing.
Wait till we get up to Wellington, then talk to me about coal. I'm gonna go look for more wood.
Where's the rest of your group?
I'm by myself.
Bullshit!
Krista, run!
Struggles.
I'm out. Grab her. Let's go.
Would someone mind telling me what the fuck is going on here?
What is going on here?
For all we know, she could be working with Carver.
So,
I'll check something.
since you're pretty much on your own, what's your plan?
Sorry. Let's check something. Check something that we were talking about yesterday. First thing. Started. 4 GB server is usually popular. Cost a lot. Go to setting it up again. I think I'll let setting up to someone else this time. Probably hits. Sorry, but he's the go-to person for me
I'm thinking about moving
if
on.
I need help with stuff.
Well, you're welcome to stay here if you want. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Think about it. You're Carver, what do you do?
Who's Carver? You were in the woods with Krista.
Please.
What happened to Krista?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Just lost my footing. Damn it. God damn it. Come this way. Damn it, you get your asses over here, both of you. Nick, hold on! God damn it! Nick!
Anywho, I got so
We
many.
have to
my bad.
go.
You have to go. You gotta go, man. You gotta go and you gotta go. Waddles away. Yeah, good stuff. Mm. How would the story be different if I went with? Hello, hits. Yes, you are
Well,
first
they
indeed.
shouldn't be able to get through
Oh
that.
yeah, Hinen. If you're gonna be setting server through Apex, right? Would you be willing to set it up? I did set it up last time, right? I just can't be bothered to go through the whole thing again. Like, yeah, I had to go through all the coding, all the mods that need to be added and stuff. Like, we can do it together, like, pause. Anyway, we can do the setting up of server together, like, we can plan it together in general or something, but yeah. Would you mind? Don't know if you're still here or not. Anyways, question stays. If not, the next time you drop a message, I'll let you know. I'll ask the same
On the
question again.
downside, we can't get through them.
I wonder if the start would definitely be different, right? If I went to the other dude.
What are you looking at? Staring ain't polite.
How are you feeling?
Well, other than this bite, I'm just peachy.
Peachy. Yes, very nice.
Hand me that there.
Another shot.
It's worth a shot, I guess.
I got nothing to lose. Other than my Piggly Wigglies, of course.
Piggly Wigglies, of course. What a cute way of calling it. God damn, you can't do it alone, right? It's so difficult to do it alone.
I'd bleed out like a stuck pig. What are you gonna do? Carry me out of here on your back? Hell. Just give me a minute.
Try to get some rest. There's a lot of stuff in here. I'll try to find something to help.
No? Okay. Zombs. Zombs are there for sure. Wait, do I still have the watch? I don't know if the watch is ever gonna help. Wonder what's the point of the watch?
Anything in that?
Sorry, it's empty.
Damn.
I'll keep looking around.
Oh, right. Ah, shit. I had water, didn't I? I gave it to that dude. Oh, oh, there's keys. There's keys in the ignition. Broken radio. More like broken transmission, but sure. Can I reach it? I think I should be able to reach it, right? Red and
What's in
gold.
there?
Original
Anything
flavor.
we can use? Give me one of those. Probably tastes like pine tar by now, but I'd smoke a dead coon's tail if you had one.
Situation. Situation. It's
Got a
alright.
light? Well, that tastes about as bad as it smells.
Now what?
We wait.
Wait, I didn't get to check the ignition part. What? Okay then. Was I supposed to miss this initially? He's turned into a zombie, isn't he?
Pete?
Oh, damn it. I feel like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound sack.
Okay then.
Jesus. Stuck in this can the whole damn day. You want to hear something funny?
What is it?
I've been thinking. And I don't want to die.
Basic instinct, yes. Anybody would say I wouldn't want to die. Yes. Of course.
I never thought I'd be the kind of idiot to say something like that. But there it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared, Clementine. Jesus, I'm scared. Yeah. I can't believe I'm going out like this. Would you promise me you'll watch out for Nick?
Yes,
I
I do
love
remember.
that stupid kid. No matter what you think, he is a good boy.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you. Been almost a day. They ain't gonna find us.
Where are you going?
They wake. Everyone wakes up the same way, right? They put whole pressure on one of their legs, and then get up.
I'm not getting out of this. You're gonna have to make a break for it. I'll buy you some time.
You're coming with me.
To do what? Die a couple hours later than now?
To say goodbye to Nick.
All right. I'll try. Well, like my daddy used to say, we're burning daylight.
We're burning daylight down. I love that line, right? I love that line. I love the
Let's get this
with the burning
over with.
daylight line. Get out of here. Let's skedaddle skedoodle out of here. Hello, Helen. You heard what I told you a while ago? Or did you go AFK after saying first? It's a quick question, no? If you heard, then well and good. If you haven't, I'll tell you again, that's why. Just let me know. Let me know, thank you.
Find my net.
Okay, yeah. Would you be willing to set up the Apex hosting server this time? I hosted it last time, right? Kinda remember, but can't be bothered to go through all of that again. I will help you set it up, but don't know, right? It's probably gonna be like a month or two worth of server running. So after that, I don't think it'll last. I'm being honest, right? I'm being honest. I know that it won't last after that. Like Minecraft is a game that's fun for 2 months. Then it's gonna be like, we're done. So yeah, I mean, obviously I'll help you set it up, but would you be like the main initiative person who will take care of like the server hosting part, setting it up? Yes, setting it up part. Yes, the server mods, etc., mods and stuff that makes it like, there are a few quality of life mods and stuff, right? All those things. I have arrived. Welcome, Defective. We are talking about setting a Minecraft server up via Apex hosting for the server. Yeah. It's like what 4 GB server is like $12 to $14. a month. It should be fine. Should be able to cover it. Shouldn't we can do that? Yeah, cool. Works for me. We can set it up today, day after tomorrow. We'll set it up when the demand is high. Because if I set it up, and yeah, Avinish and all are needed as well, and Avinish is currently out, so yeah. I am sick. I am very sick. I am actually very sick, right? I'm kind of in the recovery mode. Yesterday was still recovery as well, but today, yeah, I do have a stuffy nose. I am avoiding to, make it sound like I have a stuffy nose. It's a bit icky for some people whenever somebody has a stuffy nose and they speak. So I avoid making it sound like that, but yeah, sometimes it happens. I won't be playing Minecraft immediately, so let's wait for others. Yeah, exactly, right? Let's wait for others. Let's wait till the demand reaches like a high point. Even better, we'll start like a basic server maybe, like with just 2 to 3 people, and once the demand reaches high enough, we'll make a server for the whole thing. Yeah, I do have a bit of a stuffy nose. I am recovering a lot better. Like my coughing is reduced, but while my coughing reduces, it's definitely gonna cause me a bit of cold, which is gonna eventually subside, and I'll be back to my complete self. Also, very lacking in energy for that reason, and my brain is also not processing fast enough stuff for me to be witty or interesting. So I am gonna be like basically gaming.
You have to try.
Go! God damn it, go!
See, I'm sick. I am coffee and I am coldy. No, coffee, coldy. Okay. Anyways, I am cough and I am cold. I will find like a week time, right, at best. But at the same time, I do not wish to not stream. Hello, Rotten Star. How are you doing? How's your day been today? How's everyone's day been today, right? My day has been whatever, right? I've been resting the whole day, getting better or something.
Clementine, are you alright?
Yes.
Luke's not with you?
Where's Alvin?
What happened? It's been hours. Where are they?
Clem.
We got attacked.
By who?
Walkers.
Jesus.
My day just started.
We all got split up. I was with Pete.
That's
but-
good. I mean, good start of the day.
God.
How's the start of
Where
the day?
were you? Where were you exactly?
What's the plans
By
for the
the
day?
stream.
Work?
We gotta go.
Just
Chill.
hold on a minute.
My husband is still out there. Get the guns.
Oh.
Luke and Alvin went out looking for you. I told them not to go. Damn it, Luke.
I mean,
Clementine, can you
what's the plan
can
for
you
the day?
please watch Sarah? She's
Yes.
upstairs. Just distract her. And don't tell her anything.
I'll take care of her. You can trust me.
Thank
My
you.
name in America.
You'll
I'll
be
probably
safe
just
inside.
lay
Just
in
don't
bed,
open the
have a
doors
lazy
for
day.
anything. We'll
That's
be
fine.
back soon. And
Lazy days are fine,
Thank you.
right? There are always days when you want to be just lazy. I have that a lot, but at the same time, right? Sometimes you just have to motivate yourself. See, I have some of the days, right, where I'm like, I do not wish to stream today whatsoever, but I still end up coming to stream, and it somehow works out so well, right?
I found this under the house. There was all kinds of
so
old stuff.
so well. I randomly start the stream with like zero energy, and because of people interacting with me, it becomes so much more fun, right? The whole day, whole stream. It's worthwhile.
So cool.
It's definitely worthwhile.
Take one of me.
My day
on, take one of
been alright. Still recovering from what I caught. What did you catch? Sure.
Sure.
I mean, that's a fun
Get me
part,
in a
right?
good
What did you
place.
catch, my friend? What did you catch? Cold?
Okay, I'm ready.
Why are you smiling like that? Damn. How are you like season 2
What's
so
wrong?
far? What are tells you
where's
like
my
and
dad?
dislike? Season 2 was fun, right? They
You're scaring me.
They're just fishing.
Okay. So the thing is, I don't know. To be honest, I could maybe. Yeah, take care. The thing is, right? Season 1 was a roller coaster ride. I enjoyed it. But the thing is, the end of season 1, where Lee dies, kind of was spoiled to me. I don't know anything about season 2 and season 3, but season 1 was, I knew Lee was gonna die. Okay, kind of was a spoiler, but at the same time, right? Bonding with the characters and stuff was heavy. Season 2 kind of just finished one chapter and have not really linked to any of the characters, but the dog bit was just brutal, right? Like, I did not expect the dog to actually bite me. I was like, ooh, I get to keep a dog this whole season. Scam. I was like, fine. This time they're gonna attack us and kill the dog. It still hurts losing him, right? Yup. Still hurts, right? Like, that moment was like just... But I was like, I need to
that's
make
not
sure
true.
that Clem shoots him because she gets to understand the situation, the weight of the situation that they are in right now. That's the only reason I had to shoot him, or else I would have left him.
Sorry, I just need to...
What happened? Anxiety? Are you okay, child? Oh, look, the book's back on the ground. It isn't floating around. Alright, thanks for the lurk, defective. Thank you for the lurk.
You want to see what I found?
Come on. Friend to play. Oh, nice.
Will you show me how to use it?
Oh my
I
god.
couldn't find any bullets. If
Oh.
something's wrong, I should know. What if I have to use one?
Okay, but it's not a toy.
I know.
First, remember,
Yeah,
it's
nice.
just a
Fine.
thing.
What?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I thought
Okay.
it'd be heavier. Okay. What do I do?
I mean, well, that's
The
good,
most
right? Having
important thing
friends
is
for
when you
these
go to
things are the
shoot,
best.
Take a breath before you pull the trigger. Not that big.
A sniper?
What should I shoot? Don't do that. Sorry.
Don't
Maybe I
ever
could
point
practice
that at
outside.
people.
There's that tree.
No going outside.
Hey,
no.
Luke's back.
Kind of seems sus. Oh, hello, Night Fury. How are you doing? Oh, hold up. How are you doing? A lot of people thought season 2 was amazing, and a lot of people thought it was the worst season in the series. I'm interested to see what you think about it at the end. Yeah, right. Because I just started it, and based on just the first chapter, I feel like Clem as a character has improved a lot. She's a much more reliable child. Weird words, but yes, she's much more reliable as a child. She's an adult minded child, which is interesting, right, as a character development, which is good as well, because given the situation of that current world, makes sense. But I want to see how the story goes, because the first season was amazing because of the amount of twists, turns it had. I don't know how the second turn is. She's mature for her age. No, that's not what I meant. No, officer, that's not what I meant. Fuck, reminds me of that dog groomer meme, right? The dude that goes to the dog and like, you're so mature for your age. I'm like, no, that's not the words I want to use. She's 11 in this game, if you didn't know. I know. That's what I mean, right? Like, she has a very mature behavior. I mean, it's basically our decisions, which is, again, not gonna be childish, I hope. So that's the main point, right? Yeah. If a 11-year-old child was playing this game, it would literally be like how the decisions would have been made. But given I'm a whole adult that's choosing to make decisions, she will lose eyes and legs in this season. What? No shot, no spoilers, thank you. I don't know, right? I have seen the thumbnail for the season 3. She looked like an adult, and she looked like she was ready to fight. I don't know if it's the same character or not, so just make wild speculations at this point. Don't tell me all of these people are gonna die. Zumba. No zombie? Okay, no zombie jump scare. He turns into a cyborg. Yes. Why is this such a Gintama chat all of a sudden? Yes. Oh, I saw something. You know the Cyclone Jet Armstrong
That's not
kind of thing.
Clem, I think I know him.
Who that?
He can't see me. You have to make him go away.
Why can't I see you? Go ahead.
Go and find somewhere to hide.
Okay.
Where?
Automatons. Let's go! Time for Hell Divers! Oh, anxiety kicking in. Oh, okay. That's why the dad was so protective of her. I was really annoyed what they did with the story of in the second season. Oh yeah, that's what, right.
Anybody home? Hello? Hello there.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. the thing is, I don't know, right? Like that's what Rotten Star was talking about. Like some people actually loved the second season and some hated it. So I wanna form my own opinion because I got both the I liked it, I hated opinion. So I'm gonna have to
How are you?
go through it
Okay.
myself and
How are
decide.
you?
Well, I'm doing just fine. Thank you. My family and I are set up a ways downriver. I'm kind of surprised we haven't run into each other yet. What's your name?
I'm Carly.
Carly. That's a sweet name. You mind if I come in, Carly? I've been out all morning and this heat has got me cooked.
Would you please leave?
This is a nice place. Is there anyone else around? You don't usually see cabins this big out here. Sure could pack a lot of folks in there.
Just me and Dad.
Yeah? What's his name?
Ed.
Strong name. I like him already.
Like how she didn't go Lee,
He's
but okay.
out.
Well, I'll cut to the chase. I'm out looking for my people. 7 of them, to be exact. They've been gone a long while, and I'm worried they might have gotten lost. Maybe you've seen them. Couple of farm boys and an old man. Spanish guy and his daughter. Quiet girl. Bit taller than you. Big black guy. This big. And a pretty little pregnant lady.
That's a lot of people to lose.
Tell me about it. This whole damn thing's a pain in the ass.
This guy's a carver, isn't he? Get the knife, get the knife, get
It's
the
a lot
knife.
of plates for 2 people. Looks like a tornado ran through here.
Yeah, well, I'm supposed to be doing the dishes.
Just passing through, or you been here a while? Hey, listen, kid. I hope you're not one of those nuts headed up north, looking for Shangri-La. I'm not sure why you'd go anywhere after finding this place. Hell, I just got here, and I already don't want to leave.
Been here for a year.
Is that right? It's dangerous to stay put
I don't
that
know,
long.
right? Lee makes sense.
Surprised you've lasted. You must be pretty tough.
I've met a lot of good people.
I can tell.
I know, doesn't make sense.
Where does this go?
In the drawer there.
When somebody has a gun, it's bad to make sudden movements. You're gonna end up getting cooked. I don't remember much about it. I will give my opinion once I remember.
Well, it's a real nice place. Kind of cozy.
Yes, I want to play the game, right? I want to go through like my decisions, what I would do. Like my thinking is much more practical, right?
I know
Somebody
a
with
guy
a
that
gun.
always wore shirts like this. Doctor. Real smug son of a bitch. But a smart man.
What happened to him?
Let's just say we had our differences. Sooner or later, people close to you will find a reason to cross you. Happens every time.
You don't say.
Well, White's in trouble.
Oh no, she's gonna.
3
make
moves
a-
away from checkmate. What was that?
Rats.
I thought you said nobody's here.
It's probably just the wind.
Choice doesn't matter much. Story will mostly be same. She will die in the end. Okay. Interesting. Can't help it then. But again, right, I wanna see how someone would like, decisions usually affect the way things work. So yeah. Put things more practically overall. Are you lying? The
I
flying
told you,
pig at the end,
nobody's
yes.
here.
Seems that way.
She turns into a whole transformer.
Didn't mean to be rude. Couldn't just leave you here with a good conscience if someone was poking around, right?
Sure.
What? What did he pick up?
Who's this?
Oh no.
Must be someone who lived here.
Must be. You have no idea who these people are, do you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Let me ask
I'm
you
sorry.
this. When you
Yeah,
met
it's
him,
allowed. Yes. Oh
how
yeah,
much did
April
you
Fools,
trust
right? What's your point?
What's your point?
If people don't trust you, how can you trust them? Well, I think I've troubled you long enough. I can let myself out.
April Fools, exactly.
Why shouldn't I trust them?
No.
You have a real good day now.
No, that's not what I wanted to say. I'm looking at chat. Fuck out of here. I was supposed to use something else. Huh.
Where is he? He's gone.
What
What if
Oh.
he comes back?
He's not gone, is he? He's in the house. He's F. Coincidentally, I got an
We need to
invite.
find the
Oh
others.
my
We can't go
god, yeah.
outside.
Clementine,
Sarah,
they told me about Pete. You know where he is, right? Come on, let's go.
A man
Right.
was here.
what?
What did she say?
Someone came to the cabin.
What?
Clementine talked to him.
And you just opened the door for him?
Calm down, Rebecca.
And open
Calm
the door.
down? I am calm. You calm down.
I didn't open the door. He just came in.
She's telling the truth.
Did he say his name? Did he say what his name was?
No.
Maybe it wasn't him.
You know damn well who it was.
I didn't ask his name.
You didn't ask his name? How could you not ask his name?
What
Oh
is
my
this
God.
bitch
I
talking
didn't wanna
about?
make
Shut the
him
fuck up.
mad.
She's
Look,
whining,
Clem,
right?
just tell us what he looked like. What
Don't
was he
be so
wearing?
rude to me.
Did he sound different? How old was he?
He had a big brown coat.
Did it have a lining? A collar?
Yeah, fur.
He talked about you, Dad. You're not gonna hurt anyone, are you?
Of course he won't, Sarah. Your dad's
Yeah,
the nicest man
I
I know,
gotta-
which is why he's not gonna do anything crazy.
Homie sent me that, right? By the way, just a heads up. I know his IRL. So he sent me that pic and he's like, I'm getting married. I was in my bed. I'm like, huh? Like, no, like, well, I'm I'm talking to this girl. No, my parents are looking for arranged marriage. No, none of that. Straight off, I'm getting married. I'm like, what? Huh? What do you mean you're getting married out of nowhere? I'm like, hey, no way, right? No way you just pop in and like, you know what, I'm actually getting married. I'm like, what? Fucking bullshit. I'm like, I thought bullshit, but at the same time, he sent me a whole invite, right? I'm like, I was like, okay, 24th April. And on top of that, it's somewhere else, right? It's not even over here, it's in a different state. Like, if I were to travel via train to that state, it would take me like 2 days-ish, 1.5. Flight, 2 hours. So you get the point, it's far. So I'm like, what do I do? Then he's like, are you coming? I'm like, yeah, you're my friend, I will show up. Then I was like, I was sussing it out, right? I was sus from the very beginning about the invite, right? I looked at the date, I looked at the time, I looked at the place. Everything was sus. I was like, And there was no bride, right? There was the groom name. I was like, all right. There is no bride name. I'm like, alone? Self marriage? What the fuck? Then I'm like, weird. Definitely weird. Then I was like, then he was like, nah. Then he started doing KW. I was like, alright. Definitely not, right? So then he was like, April Fool. I'm like, oh fuck, it's April 1st, damn. Alright. Good stuff. Good shit.
Easy.
Tell you the
or
truth.
not
They are finding
nice,
proposals
right?
for me.
You know these
One
are bad
day, right?
people.
One day I'd
They
be
will
surprised.
do
Like,
or
what
say
the fuck?
anything to hurt us.
All right, what do you think? Did it seem like he'd be coming back?
He saw a picture of me.
A picture? What were you doing taking pictures?
Carlos,
What?
you need to calm down. All right, you're scaring your daughter.
You told me to distract her.
Distract?
Sarah.
So I'm just an idiot?
I'm an
Thought we
idiot.
were friends.
What? We are friends.
He was scouting. We got lucky. He wasn't expecting to find us. Clementine must have surprised him. She hadn't been there. Well, he was too smart to stick around, but he'll be back with the rest. We don't have much time.
Okay. Then we get the fuck out of here then.
Everyone pack up. We're moving out.
Alvin, wait!
We have to leave now, sweetie, before he comes back with more bad guys. But it's gonna be okay. Let's just go get your things.
Why did you leave his camp?
Because we had to.
Okay.
Clem, I don't know what he told you, but William Carver is a dangerous man. He's the leader of a camp not far from here, and he's very smart. We were lucky to escape. Look, I'm sorry to involve you, but now that he's seen you, you'll be safer with us. We have to leave.
Okay. Don't think I have a choice. Got it.
We have to find Pete.
We'll get him on the way out, Nick. Clementine, you know where he was, right?
Yeah.
I
All right.
don't think
Everybody
you can
grab your
get
stuff.
him.
Let's hit the
Just
road.
saying. I tried to get him, but I couldn't, so I don't think he'll get him. Oh my god, look
You
at the
said it was just
backpack.
up here?
Well, I
Just
swear
a
to
little
god,
ways.
right? I still feel like the
Clem,
best zombie game I've played is State
Sorry
of
if I
Decay,
gave you
right?
some shit back there.
This is good, but
Just a little on edge.
State of Decay is
It's
like
just a tough
so
time
good.
right now with the pregnancy and all.
It's okay.
If it's not you I'm yelling at lately, it's Alvin. And then I'm in real trouble.
I can handle it. I'm not a little kid.
I felt the same way when I was your age. My dad was always giving me shit. And I always thought he didn't know a damn thing.
Okay.
I know you did your best back there. You know, none of us would make it on our own. Sometimes it's hard knowing just how dependent I am on everyone.
So hard,
I'm
I
not
see.
used to that. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm supposed to be a mom soon. Guess I need to work on my patience.
What happened
Alvin and I
to?
still don't know what to call her.
What
Or
happened to
him, if that man
her?
gets his wish.
The other
Help
girl's
me.
child.
Any ideas? Clem?
Okay.
There. That's where we were.
He's not in here.
This was the last place I saw him.
Maybe he's around here somewhere.
Maybe. Straight up ignored her. I know, right? Just walked off. I don't know if that was a decision that I was supposed to take, but
Keep your
again,
eyes
she
open.
just walked off. She's like,
Stay
I
in
don't care.
sight.
Shut up. That was interesting. Interesting thought process. He's behind that rock, isn't he?
Pete! Anyone see him?
He did not make it. Repeat.
Oh my god.
No, Pete.
What happened? What the hell happened?
He's been shot.
He didn't have a gun. Who did this?
Son of a bitch.
Holy shit, I love this
We
game.
need to
Oh,
go.
what's up, Shayansh? How are you, dude?
He's gone.
Hello. If you have picked
Yeah,
a choice, you can find him
gone.
as a walker.
We
Ah.
gotta get moving. Come on, man.
This is better, though. This is better. I mean, he didn't have to suffer. Chat seems so silent today. Busy. I mean, it's one of those days, right, when everyone is busy with their life. It happens. It happens more often than not. It's cool. It's cool. Like, no worries, right? Why would you
Tell
worry
me.
about those things?
Tell me how it happened.
Saved my life. He wanted to see you. He was bitten.
He saved my life.
Well, that was Pete.
I'm sorry.
Fooling around. I wouldn't say that. No, that would be a rude way to say it. I don't know. I know this is an amazing game, right? I'm enjoying it. I couldn't complete the second season
Don't
because I was
worry about
out.
that kid.
But
Mind him for
yeah,
me, would you?
decent speed, right? Decent
Sure,
pacing.
you still want to come with us?
Love this fucking series
I
so
know
much.
we got
I
off to a
have
rough
to.
start, and I can't make any promises it won't get rougher.
Anywhere
but
else to
We all know
go?
you now.
I have to look for Krista.
She was headed north, right?
Yeah.
Not.
So are
First
we.
game was Chad.
Look,
First
you're
game
gonna
was
have a better
beautiful.
chance of
We
finding
missed the
those
first
touchdowns,
whole
though.
game, right? We played the whole game. It
I
was
figure
so
we got
fun.
about 4 or 5 days to reach those mountains.
All good decisions,
they're
except for
tracking
the
us,
end. I mean,
should be
even
able
the
to
end,
lose them
right?
up
But sad.
5 days?
Lee was gone.
It's gonna be okay, Beck.
We have to keep moving now. It's
The
our
only
only
thing is,
choice.
in the end, I could not get one guy in the group. I got everyone else in the group except for one guy. I kind of let him die. Got rid of it. I got rid of Lee's arm. Kenny, I don't know. I kind of lost him. I think he jumped in to get the receiver and then kind of lost him. Don't know what happened to him after that. I have a feeling that Kenny might be alive because I didn't see him die or turn into a zombie or yell like "oh" and die, so I'm not
She
sure.
better see something. We've been walking for a damn week.
There's a lift or something.
Gondola.
Must be
Oh,
that ski
sorry.
resort.
I've never been skiing.
Beck and I went once.
It wasn't pretty.
Really?
Here, eat this, Beck.
But we're almost out of food. We gotta save it.
We need to keep his strength up, baby.
There's the bridge.
And does it look passable?
I think so.
Good.
There's a little house by the bridge.
How big is it?
It's pretty small.
It's pretty small. Yeah, Ben was dead, I think. Yeah, I ended up letting Ben die, which is kind of sad. It was because I was looking at chat, I kind of
What's it
missed
look
and
like?
dropped him, but
It's big.
you know, I think I could have saved him as well.
Sounds like a good place to spend the night.
Yes, but at the same time, right?
We have to cross that bridge.
I don't
Let's go.
Hold
If
on
you
now.
had kept Lee's
You can't all
arm,
go
you
sprint
would
across
have been
that thing,
able
okay?
to
We
do
get
a
spotted out
badass
there, we're
to
gonna be
me.
trapped.
Going around
And
that lake will take
oh,
too long.
that's fine.
But look, we've got no
Professor
idea who's out there.
Sill will
Okay,
explain
I'm gonna
what
sneak
a,
across, make sure it's clear before we bring
with
it
the
over.
board and sketch pen. Oh,
Splitting up the
right,
group
that
is a good
happened.
idea.
I never said it was a good idea.
Now let's just
but
pull up my
it's
whiteboard
better
that I
than
have
risking
just to
everyone at
explain
once.
something.
What's your plan?
Clem and I can scoot across low and slow, make sure nobody's
Okay.
waiting for us on the other side.
We'll have a tough time covering you from back here.
Well, we'll just turn back if it gets hairy.
Clementine should stay here.
She's what?
She's just a little girl, Luke.
She's a valuable little girl.
I can do it.
See? No problem.
Why is
It's
there an
gonna be
echo?
fine. Okay, we'll signal you
I played
guys
the
in
first
10
two.
minutes.
I need to finish
Just
the news.
watch for a light at the far side.
New Frontier.
I can go too.
I'm gonna play the
stay
second,
with the group.
third season
I'm fine, Luke.
after
I
this.
don't like this.
Obviously,
Yeah,
I'm gonna play
when's
one
the
after the
last
other.
time you liked anything, Carlos?
If something happens, I'll cover you.
Come on.
Why is the poor Nick getting bashed left and right? I don't get it. I mean,
Hey,
I
sorry
do
about
think he
that.
deserves it, but
Could really
poor
use
guy
your
gets
eyes.
bashed
and
so
right
much.
now, I don't trust Nick to tie his own
You'll
shoes.
have surprise at the end.
You're just
Yeah,
still on
I-
edge after the Carver thing.
It's
The
been
ending of
5
first season was
days.
also
Why would
surprising,
Carver
so I
still
don't
be
know.
following us?
And I've heard the very mixed reviews about this season,
What's the
so
most important thing
I'm
in this
interested.
world?
Why is it
What does everyone want?
safety?
Safety?
Close. Listen, what's the one thing a guy would walk hundreds of miles to get back?
Family.
Family.
It's a tough world out there without people you can trust.
True. Family.
Anyways, you can ask Rebecca, okay? I'm not going to get in the middle of it. We've all made mistakes. Done things that we regret. It's not my place to talk about someone else's past, you know?
I don't want to upset her.
Me neither.
What's going on?
Can't shoot them. Too much noise. But there are only two.
What do you think?
I think we can take them.
I mean, one of them is stuck sitting, so if he goes to the
I'll
one
take
in the
big
middle.
one. You get Shorty.
Alright.
Wish we could use guns. We should be okay.
Got it. I'll take the small one.
Good. Let's do it.
Height-wise, obviously the right choice. Turn into Vin Diesel. Family. I believe honestly I tried playing choice games, but I couldn't get into them. Yeah, I can see, right? It is difficult to get into choice games.
Go ahead. Give it a good pull. It should come free.
I know. I've done this before, remember? In a shed.
Oh, right. Okay. Don't put them in the spot. All right.
Nice work, kid.
First I had
Ow.
choice. Choice games are fun, but at the same time, right, they're scary, right? Because one stupid choice and you end up ruining the whole game sometimes. Like for example, right, you might not know, but in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, right, I had no clue. Okay, if anybody is planning on playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey, this is a good update for you guys. If you're gonna play Assassin's Creed Odyssey, remember this. The choices you make in game will decide what kind of ending you get. The best ending involves you getting spoilers. Okay, spoilers territory. You getting a dinner in the end with your father, your mother, your blood brother or sister, and your adopted brother. This is your best ending. You get all four of these. Okay, and you'll get them as characters that you can use on your ship. Worst ending is literally you sitting on the table with alone, depressed as fuck. I had to go through the whole game making my own choices. I had no clue that there is a difference in ending till the very end. I end up with the best ending. Okay, then I'm like, what do you mean there are different endings? There's some depressive endings, right? Literally, right? The main character who you choose, whether it's a guy or a girl, will just sit there and be like eating alone, like just pondering how fucked they are. Also, let me just go through all the chat. Yes. Dodge Charger spawns out of nowhere. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. There is only one choice game I played and enjoyed, and that was Detroit Becoming Human. I have my sister-in-law's brother who had recently played that, and he was recommending that game to me very much, and I want to get into it, but a bit later. Yeah, same. Funny thing, I played video games with Connor's actor. Oh, nice. Salt is good. Salt. What? Sure. Wait, which one? Which game did you play? Spoilers. Connor, one of the main characters. I played with his actor. Oh, you have played with him, like as in him. Oh my god. Oh shit, nice. Holy fuck. Nice. You met a celeb. Oh, I didn't realize what you meant. I thought you meant a game where he was a character or something. That is impressive, right? I've seen few people who played with different, voice actors. Like for example, Jet characters playing with Jet voice actors. But damn, right? That's good. That's fun. That seems fun. I mean, like for example, right? Jet voice actors can troll so hard in a Valorant game. Like, come on, they're literally the voice actor of Jet. They can do like so much trolling. It's so much fun.
Shit.
Clem! I'm okay. I'm stuck.
I can't reach.
It's okay. Clem, look, we'll figure something out. Behind you!
Oh shit.
Come on. Come on. Oh, the wobble. All right. What, did I miss a cutie? Excuse me, did I miss a cutie in the meantime, huh? Alright, I'ma get back to watching 3 Body Problem. Okay. Thanks for the luck. No, I thought you were talking about a game or something else. I didn't know you played with the oh wait, oh whoa. The choice of words! Played with a man. Okay, then choice of words, but okay. Bro got it. I had no clue, right? I thought I did miss a QT, but apparently I did. Oh, oh, nice. That's the QT. No, not QT. QTE. Quick time event.
Clem! I'm okay. I'm stuck.
I can't reach.
It's okay.
Can't witch.
Clem, look, we'll figure something out.
I don't understand how to use grammar.
Oh shit.
You dare blame me for my wittiness? Unacceptable. Did I fuck up again? Oh, I did. I see what happened. That's what happened. I see. I can't look at chat. Give me a second. I'll just finish chat and then get into it. There was an arrow. I'm gonna assume there was another one again. My bad. Silas dirty man doesn't understand how grammar works. What do you mean? That is. I know how grammar works. You missed. I know. I was playing with the Android sent by Cyberlife. I'm goated. Goated. All right. Nice. That's actually so cool. That is. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to chat in a second, guys. There's a lot of QT going on. I wanna focus. Sorry, I watch too much memes. Okay, my mind is filled with memes always.
I can't reach.
It's okay. Clem, look, we'll figure something out. Behind you!
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Why she sound so hesitant? Like, oh shoot. Left or right, left or right, left or right, left or right, left. What is this other QT that I missed? Down. Push it. Did you chop off her nose?
Here, give it here.
Alright. Lifesaver gang. Bye people. Bye bye Shayan. Have fun watching 3 bodies or something. Okay. See ya. Okay, now we are gone a bit far. Oh, what did I miss? Waradu. Cyber life. Yeah. Damn. Alright then. Fuckbot. Okay, but yeah, I've got it. Alright then. Fuckbot. Pause. But doing its own thing. God damn it. Radu! I mean, what he said, playing it Android. Hold up. I don't know, right? I don't know what I was thinking, my bad. I mean, clearly, but, you know, oh man, I'm hungry. I'm sorry, right? Every time I stream, I'm just hungry, right? I just quoting his character.
Yeah.
Just play it cool. And you do the talking.
What? Why me?
I don't want to get in a fight. I mean, you really think he'd shoot a little girl? Just don't make any sudden moves. And don't piss him off. And don't tell him anything.
Is he with Carver?
It's hard to see. I don't think so.
Okay. I'll do the talking.
Well, who are you? Well, who's asking?
I am.
I'm Clementine, and this is Luke.
Clementine and Luke.
He has a whole shotgun. What is he gonna do with this damn knife? Why is he being so readied up?
You don't look like assholes. Are you assholes? No offense or anything, but you know how it is out here.
We're just people.
Fair enough. You folks headed north like everyone else?
Everyone else?
I see at least one group a day move through here. You all look the same. It's like a great migration of the dazed and confused.
Have you seen someone named Krista?
Krista? Maybe.
Krista.
Really?
Bye, Sil. That's some work. Cool, dude. Good luck with your work. Bye bye. Take care.
I gotta say, you two look like shit. If you need food, I've got some canned stuff in that station back there.
Well, that's, awful nice of you. What's the catch?
No catch. I've got plenty.
Well, all right then. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. Nice running into friendly faces out here. Like I said, I've got food and supplies back in the station. And if you want... What the fuck, man?
What the hell is he doing? No, he's with us. Nick! No!
Put it down!
Don't shoot!
What dumbass is... What a dumbass, right? What is he doing, man? Holy fuck.
Did I hit him? Where is he?
I told you not to shoot.
What? Who was that guy?
He was going to help us.
How do you know?
So stupid.
Damn it, Nick. I told you not to shoot.
How was I supposed to
Bye bye,
hear you?
dude.
You gave me a clear shot.
That shot rang out for miles. We gotta get off this bridge. Let's go.
So stupid, right? So stupid.
Who the fuck was that back there?
I don't know.
Looked like he had a gun on you.
That asshole drew on me. He was about to shoot.
Oh, was he?
I'm telling you, man, he drew first.
Well, that's not what it looked like to me.
Everybody calm down.
What did you see, Clem? Was that guy gonna shoot?
Fuck you, Luke. You've been on my case the whole week.
And why do you think that is, Nick?
He wasn't gonna do anything.
I know what I saw.
Either way, you could have hit one of us.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Look, I know Pete was close to you, Nick, but you can't...
Don't fucking talk about him.
You think he was with Carver?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. But he fell over.
He fell off the damn bridge?
We have to keep moving.
I can't. I need a minute.
Fine. Luke, can I talk to you alone?
I like Pete a lot, man. Pete was nice. He was just a gentleman. He was a good
Hey,
old
Clem,
man.
You got anything to eat? Beck's dying here.
Alvin, I told you I'm fine.
Sorry, I'm out.
Wish we still had those juice boxes.
Yeah, me too.
That man said he had food in the station.
Mind checking it out? Maybe we could spend the night here. A little small for us, though.
You could use a little downsizing.
Sure.
Okay then. What a rude lady. Why
Thanks,
would you
Clem.
say that to your poor old husband was just trying to help you out? Unbelievable. I know, right? I know, right? Damn it. And I don't get it, man. Why are people such an asshole in these games, especially? I mean, I get it, right? I also get it, I don't get it at the same time, right? Situation's a situation. But at the same time, don't be a bitch about it all the time.
I had to kill my mom.
Okay, mate. Good start. Good talk.
Sounds weird when I say it out loud, huh? Luke always used to push me. I never wanted to go into business with him. I remember when he sold me on his big plan. Some fucking plan. Case of beer in, he just said, "Nick, we're burning daylight." And that was that. After 6 months, we were flat broke. I didn't care. We were having fun.
Luke or
I
Pete?
wish I was like him. I wish I could just keep moving all the time. I'm just not built like that.
Luke, right? Luke is the guy in the
Sure,
back,
you're talking
right?
about me right now.
Luke, he's becoming a danger to the group.
So
Who was that guy? I swear. It looked like he was holding you guys up. I figured he was with Carver.
He was just a guy.
Yeah. If Alvin is in front of me, he takes that shot. What a fucking mess. Maybe I am losing it. I don't know anymore.
Okay.
God,
What
I'm
happened?
hungry. What time is it anyway? Damn.
What's wrong?
I left my watch back at the cabin. It was Pete's.
Oh, nice. I think good thing I took it, right?
I found it back at the cabin. Let me grab it.
What? Really? Thank you.
Randomly
This
picks up
means-
the watch and it actually is a
Thank you, Clem.
lifesaver.
You know what?
Okay.
I'm gonna go talk to them.
Hope he turns a new leaf now. Alright. Hey, that worked out amazingly. I was worried that I stole the watch for no good reason. Worked out amazingly well. That's good. Turns an actual leaf. Oh my god. No. I mean, turns a new leaf as in turns a new... Changes life. Oh, what is that? Is that a camcorder? Does seem like a camcorder. Is that food?
The man said he had lots of food. There's gotta be something left.
Ooh. Looks like a good knife. Can I keep it? Yeah, damn.
Feels pretty good.
Alright. Yeah. So he was alone.
I guess he slept here.
Food. He was giving food for everyone as well. Sus.
It's dead.
This is the main thing that I will need to check. Oh, what happened? The case, right. Can't open it. Don't break the damn knife, please. Oh, okay. Damn, that's a good knife. Oh, there's two. The Wizard's Gambit. Not me reading it at the Migard for some reason. The W looks like a M.
Man, I thought we had it bad. Look at this dump. Guess he did have food. Man, fuck Nick. Nick's lost a lot of his people, that's for sure. But that doesn't give him any excuse to start shooting up strangers.
He was trying to help us.
Yeah, and someone died. I ain't no judge, but that's straight up murder in my book. I mean, you ever known anyone to do a thing like that?
Actually, yeah.
What happened?
A woman in our group. Her dad died, and then she just shot this other woman.
Damn.
Oh, God.
What'd you do?
We left her behind.
Damn.
Shanice, too much yappa. Oh man, what
That's
are we gonna
funny.
share? He just had
She
two
looks
food.
just like you. Hey, Clem, there's not a lot of food here, and Rebecca, well, she's eating for two. You think we can keep this just between us? I hate to even say it, you know, and I'd never go against the group, but I've got to put Beck and the baby first.
Rebecca can have it. I won't say anything.
Thanks, Clementine.
Okay.
It's a shame. Nick was a good guy. He's still a good guy. He's just losing it.
I think he'll be
God
fine.
knows we're not perfect. Hell, I'm glad you're with us, Clementine.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the only person making rational decisions in this group, right, at this point.
The
I'm
hell is
sorry.
that?
I'm sorry, but it does feel like that. Oh, he
Walkers.
shot, right?
We got a problem here.
Yeah.
That is
saw
the
it.
country.
All right, we're heading up.
He is. And she doesn't know whose baby it is. Hey, this group is a mess, right? I don't know why I'm actually here. I don't wish to be here, but again, I don't know what to do. Kind of stuck, I would say.
Well, what are we waiting for?
We have to be careful.
Careful? We've been on the road for 5 days. My back is done being careful.
Doesn't look like anybody's home.
What is...
Nailed down tight.
Look, Sarah has been walking around with these
I'll
guys
check
for
around
so
front.
long. You're telling me she
I'll go
hasn't seen
with
a
you.
single zombie yet? She doesn't know what the fuck is going on in the world? I don't
It'd
believe
be
this
good
shit.
to
I
know
call
if
bullshit.
anybody's actually back there. Could probably get a better view from up top. You'd have an easier time getting up there. You feel like taking a look?
Yeah.
It'd be just like climbing a treehouse. Yeah, just a really tall treehouse.
I had a treehouse once.
Maybe you
There you
shouldn't
go.
have a kid during a...
I hate it.
I mean, exactly right. Maybe your priority should be surviving rather than pleasure, right? Just a thought, right? I mean, I get it, there are no pharmaceuticals that are actually doing their job, but you know, can you not fucking fuck the whole time? God damn it. Can you focus on survivability, sustainability and stuff? Yeah, reproducing is pleasure is fine, but still, you know, I don't think, right? I don't think when there are zombie nices there is gonna be any sort of a mood, so as to say, right?
Oh.
I don't think that is a mood setter. Clearly. Yeah, it's so weird. It's just so weird. I don't think it would work. I mean, at least not for me. Okay. I don't know about that.
Just
Hey, yo,
take it
homie. So, don't tell me you're one of those that goes, I would bag that while looking at a zombie. Come on, mate. People are weird. I mean, yes, they are. There literally was a dude who was like, would you bag that and showing a zombie? So, I know exactly what you mean. Saying.
Got a good grip?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, we used to jump rooftops downtown. Now that was fun.
That sounds stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. The trick was not to look down, though.
Be sure I have a similar concept.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Just look at me, okay?
See, I would like to portray myself as a
Just
good
slow
person,
down.
okay?
Just for a second, okay?
You just told me not to look.
Good point.
Anywho, yeah. I mean, other than that, yes, we'll definitely have that conversation, right? Come on, they're zombie. They can't be hurt. I can't be hurting their feelings anyways, so it's fine. I could always be like, hey, you know, that person, yeah, maybe.
Made it.
That person, probably a pass. That
See anything?
That's not rude, right? I'm just being concerned. That's all. You know, I'm just being concerned about
really
my whole
dark.
point. Yeah, Hollywood. God damn it! Why would you know that? What do you mean? Obviously not.
Wait, I see something.
What is it?
A light. Wait, there's another. Luke. Luke.
Yeah. Just walks around, sees something like yeah. I mean, it would be like honestly, right? I don't think we'd survive long in an apocalypse. Just saying, if it's like us friends alone, yeah, it would be us just going yeah, and end up being a zombie in like no time.
Everyone, just stay calm.
Who are you? Are you trying to rob us?
Excuse me, honey, but do I look like a fucking thief?
You look like a
calm
fucking
down.
jackass.
Hey, man,
That's all
you
you
calm
look
the
like.
fuck down.
Sarah, get behind
Just
me.
tell us who you are.
We ain't here to rob nobody. Put the gun down,
Fuck
man.
that.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Please, just do what he says.
Let's go.
Kenny.
Wait, you know this guy?
Clementine?
See, Kenny survived. Keep your voice down.
I'll take that as a yes.
These people with you?
We can
Yeah.
talk inside. Great.
I just started dinner.
Let's go, Kenny, my man. Let's go.
Are you sure you don't mind?
It's gonna storm soon. Please, come in.
Oh. Nice. Very nice. I like it. See, I did call it yesterday, right? It's gonna be either Krista or
Jenny
Kenny.
and Sarita have been staying with us for several weeks. Used to be a
Sarita?
ski lodge, obviously, so we have plenty of food. And believe it or not, we still get some power from that wind turbine out front. We tend to keep most of the lights off at night to avoid drawing attention. But after we found this stuff in storage, we couldn't resist making an exception. What's funny?
Oh, nothing, Walt. Walter here's one smart sumbitch. Makes a mean can of beans, too.
Well, why don't you two catch up while I get some dinner started?
Oh yeah, Kenny
Please,
doesn't
make
know what
yourselves
happened to
at home.
Lee, right?
You can leave your things over there.
That's gonna be a tough conversation to have.
The hell we will.
Yeah, I'm holding on to my rifle. Thanks.
You're our guests here. There's no need to worry.
Tell him to put his gun down then.
Kenny?
Will you vouch for these people, Clem? If you tell me they're good, then I'm
Us. You were the one waving a gun around, man.
We're cool, okay? Hey, we're cool. We're cool.
Everyone, calm down. Dad, look! A Christmas tree.
Not now, Sarah.
Isn't it great? We found it all in storage.
It's amazing.
Nice. Sorry, I'm just processing the story. Can't be commenting on stuff.
Good.
Okay.
If you'll all follow me, I'll show you where you can sleep.
What happened to Lee? Come on, I wanna have that conversation. I know, right? Thank God I found Kenny. Duck.
Still wearing this dirty old thing, huh? You know, I half expected to see Lee walk up next to you. You guys were like two peas in a pod. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to... It's just hard not to think about it, you know?
I don't really want to talk about him.
He saved me.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew he would.
And I thought Kenny was
that
bad.
guy had a fire in him, sure as shit.
No, right. Kenny was protective. That's all he was.
He was a
right?
hell of a guy.
For sure. He was one
My
hell of a
son,
dude.
well, he took care of him. I'll never forget that. So, where'd you end up?
I think I'm wrong.
I was with Krista and Omid. Omid, well, Krista and I were together for a while, but these guys caught us. She's gone.
You didn't die,
Sounds
right?
like it ain't been easy for you. I'm sorry, darling. I wish I could have found you sooner. But everything's gonna be fine now.
Krista told me you were dead.
I am. This is all a dream.
Okay then. Alright.
Sorry, bad joke. Krista got in a hell of a mess. I gave her a hand and then it got messier. For a minute there, it wasn't looking too good for old Kenny. Long story short, I got lucky. Real lucky.
I had my suspicions, right?
Spent
That Kenny
a long
was alive.
time alone after that. And then I met Sarita, thank God. Gosh, it's great to have you back.
You two catching up?
Clem, this is my girl, Sarita. Ain't she beautiful?
Nice to
Sarita.
meet you, Clementine.
Hey,
She
Walt,
sounds
where's
very
Mathew?
Indian.
He's still out there rooting around?
Of course he is. Well, I'll start dinner.
Carlos, right? Mind if I steal your daughter for a secret mission?
Stay in sight, sweetie.
Can we do anything to help?
Could use a hand outside. We got a lot of supplies to bring in before that storm hits.
Sure.
Okay.
Clem, why don't you help Walt with dinner?
Dinner?
Hey, Clementine. Settling in well enough?
Yeah, thanks.
Excellent. Want to help me
Doesn't
prepare a
sound
little
very
dinner?
excited.
So how do you know Kenny? He and Sarita have been a huge help.
Know him that well.
Matthew and I barely
We're
knew
old
what to do
friends.
around here the first week.
We're old friends. I met him after it happened.
When he was with Lee? Yeah, he only told us a little. Connecting with people is so important. I don't know what I'd do without Matthew.
Who's Mathew?
Gosh, you remind me of my students. I can't imagine what it's like growing up.
Is Mathew the guy we shot?
It hasn't been easy.
I can imagine.
You
It's
can
hard
see
enough as
how
an
she had
adult.
like that strong-willed face, right? Now, unlike before.
Almost done. Would you do me the honor of tasting the first course, madam?
Looks great.
It looks like mush.
No, it doesn't.
As an artist, there's nothing I like less than a friendly critic. Huh. Striking resemblance.
Well,
Anyway, I'll take it from here.
did she just realize? Did she just realize that that's Mathew? Look around the lodge. It might be, right? It might just have been Mathew. He's gonna get nicely now. For that no reason, he's gonna get yelled at. I mean, not no reason, valid enough. He just shot him.
Cousin Jarrett's concert, October 13th, 1998.
Ah, 2 months after I was born? Wow. Almost 2 months.
Crazy.
I don't think I should be playing this right.
Reminds me of school.
Reminds me of school. So sad, right? Look at her face. She looks so sad. I mean, it looks much more defined now, right? Based on the first game. First game was a bit more... The art-wise was art. This one looks much more defined. It looks like characters. Proper characters now.
I haven't seen one of these since.
What's this song you're humming?
Pages.
Good King Wenceslas. It's my favorite Christmas song. Clem, we could use some help. Here, Sarah, you take this and string them up over there.
Okay. Bonding time.
You knew Kenny before. It must be incredible to see him again. When I met him, well, he's so different now. But you must be so glad.
Did he say anything about before?
No. He won't talk about before I met him.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Sad, so she doesn't know
Everything
the
takes a little coaxing these days.
true.
Perfect. Now we just need the topper.
So much stuff happened, right?
We always had an angel on top of our tree.
My family didn't celebrate Christmas, but I still love the decorations.
Is she Indian? I feel like she's Indian, right? Duck.
What a funny little guy.
Okay. It is duck, right? Chair left. Sarita was her name? I think so, right? I think so, it's Sarita. I mean, but again, they don't say Sarita, they say Sarita or something. Yeah, close enough, you get the point. See, I'm Indian, I can say the name without having any trouble, right? I can roll my tongue that way. Pause. But anyways, right? Anywho, that's my point, right? I can say it without much trouble. I mean, Sarita is fine. Savita, now that is a name, right? No offense. No offense to any of your names, Sarita. Just that, you know, I don't know if you know, but, you know, that's, you know, pretty much understanding, right? It just makes sense. Definitely makes sense. If you know, you know. It's kind of one of those if you know, you know kind of moment. Huh?
Huh? Huh?
Oh yeah, based on, I was thinking, right, there hasn't been any new memes to update my stream stuff. Oh wait, there is the cat meme. Could I get the cat meme?
Crazy. Why would they follow us this far?
We can't be sure.
It's been a week, man. We gotta be out of the woods.
We can't be sure. They might be
I'm
tracking
so
us.
tempted. Oh, gang.
What do you think they are? Ninjas?
Clem, Luke said you saw some people in the valley.
People? Way down there. How?
She's got binoculars, genius.
I saw lights.
Which way did they go?
Back into the woods.
We cannot take any chances. We leave at dawn.
Yeah, I'm wondering that. Maybe I'll get the gang. Just the
Clementine, you talked to
gang.
that man Walter, right? What did he say?
Maybe, right? Maybe.
You didn't tell him anything about us, did you? We have to be careful. They could be hiding something.
He mentioned someone else.
Someone else? Who?
His friend. His name is Mathew.
Look, I don't care what that man said. We're staying here tonight.
Just talk to the rest of them. They trust you. See what you can find out.
I don't trust these guys, right? Even though I came here with them.
So good.
I don't trust these guys at all.
I just need something to drink.
You got it. I'll be right back.
Who's the father? A child? Who's the... Jingle bell, jingle, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to say, jingle.
She looks so cool.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
I used to love this time of year.
Hmm.
You know, now that your
Angel.
friends are here, this place is starting to feel like a real home. Mathew and Walter are amazing people.
I like the
Honestly,
house
it's
building
dangerous
part
to
of.
be this kind, but they can't help it. Wait until you meet Mathew. He's a real character. The first time he met me, he called me Rita.
Where is Mathew?
Oh, he likes to go on long walks. He and Walter used to vacation here. He should be back soon.
Couldn't be, right?
Clem, I wanted to ask you, does Kenny seem different to you? I didn't know him before, and, well, I'm curious. He has good days and bad days like everyone else. But lately I get the feeling he's struggling.
I haven't noticed.
Initials.
Oh.
Oh, MW
Well,
Mathew.
Let me know if you do.
Oh, no.
Well, you three have been busy.
Kenny, isn't it great?
I got it, hon.
I think I can manage, Ken.
I said I got it.
Oh my god.
Always has to play the gentleman. But I'll tell you, when I met him, he couldn't lift a fly.
He's been through a lot.
Why don't you go see if your friends are ready for dinner, Clementine?
Okay. I'm gonna go to check on that lady up there. The pregnant one. Pregnant girl. What's up, lady? How are you, child?
Are you okay?
Just got a little
These
dizzy.
are all childs, right? Hello! Hello,
can't
Slay!
even take
How
care
are
of
you
myself.
doing today?
How
What's
am I supposed to
good,
raise
my
a
friend?
child? I mean, how can anyone now? Everything's so fucked up.
I think it's possible.
How do you know?
Well, I'm still here.
Get fucked! You thought I couldn't do anything.
But at the same time, I already feel a little less lonely. Because I know that no matter what happens, I'll get to meet someone new. She's kicking.
Sure.
Wanna listen? That food smells good.
Gross.
Can I?
There's actually a gross option. Okay.
She's gonna be a runner.
Well, for sure. Zombie apocalypse. I can't believe it's an option that says gross.
What's
Come
that?
on.
What's that, brother?
Look, how do you know?
I just do. We were trying for so long, and then if Alvin finds out, he'll kill me.
Who is it?
I don't
Who's
know
the
what
father?
to do. I can't believe I'm asking a little girl for advice.
I wouldn't say anything.
There's my man.
You all right, baby?
I'm fine, you
Oh,
big
what,
dope.
baby, go?
Just need to get some food in you.
Doing good, not
Thanks for staying with her,
tired
Clem.
because school's off till Wednesday.
Well, everyone,
Oh.
dinner is served.
No! I'm supposed to check on everyone else. Why did he shoot Mathew? I don't get it right. It's so stupid.
You okay, man?
Yeah, just... I wish I hadn't pulled that trigger.
Just try to forget about it.
Right here, Clem.
I get to choose. Why? Why am I getting to choose? I don't want to. So he's tired. Who do I sit with? Left one, left gang looks nice. But it's Kenny. I get to sit with Kenny. I don't want to sit with a bunch of weird. Yeah, fine, makes sense. No.
So what's the deal with your friend here?
Right, gang, right,
Yes,
but
we were just talking about
what
this.
is this
Kenny.
right and
What
left?
do you
button?
make of him, Clem?
I trust
I
Kenny.
trust him.
With your life?
I
Yes.
think so.
Walter was telling me his family died.
That's horrible.
A thing like that can hit a guy pretty hard.
He lost his whole family?
Wife and kid.
Damn.
He did the best he could.
I'm sure he did.
Definitely did.
It was really hard on everyone.
The school reopens on Wednesday.
I bet.
Oh, okay. Good luck. Don't get overburdened with stuff. I know how you like to pack yourself completely. From morning to night. Try to get some rest. Try to chill out in between
Hey
as
there.
well.
Hey, hope you like the food.
Oh, it's great. Thank you.
Peaches and beans. Great for nutrition. Not too great on the way out, though, I tell you. So, it's Luke and Nick. Luke and Nick. You guys sure do look like a match.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just saying you look like good friends, that's all.
So, what was your plan here? Hold out for the winter?
I try my best.
Actually, we were
Hey,
thinking of
I
moving
know
on,
you do, right? That's why
somewhere
I'm
up
telling you.
north.
Make sure you get some rest as well in between.
You ever
Don't-
heard
don't
of a place
overburden yourself.
called Wellington?
Wellington?
It's in the
The
north.
hell is that?
A place.
Yeah. Krista and I were going there.
Supposed to be a big camp up near Michigan.
Michigan?
You got a hearing problem, kid? Yeah, Michigan. Think about it. Fresh water, lots of land, and cold-ass winters so the walkers get slow.
Sounds like bullshit.
Listen, Vanilla Ice, I don't know what your deal is, but you're
Whoa.
more than welcome to take off in the morning.
That'd be just fine by me.
What's the deal with these guys, Clem?
Hey, fuck you, buddy.
It's fine, Nick. We're not staying.
She's staying.
Please, don't fight.
Gentlemen, please. There's no need for this.
I know, right? Exactly.
Now look, we've all had a long day. Please eat.
Don't the zombie just die due to hunger? I don't know, right? I wish they do. It would be so much
Pass
more
me
easier.
that can, Duck.
Duck? Who's Duck?
Kenny.
Hey, Clementine, would you lend me a hand outside for a moment?
Oh my god, no! Not my stupid headphones running out of charge. Hold up, give me a second. I'm gonna have to charge my headphones. You know what? I think I'm gonna be playing my whole volume in max burst. So yeah, good luck. You're gonna be having some echoes. I don't know, right, what to do. I could keep like high volume, so I'll be able to hear. There's no echo, right? Just tell me if there's an echo, okay? Give me a sec. I feel like playing on the woofers is a bad idea. No. Wrong? Huh. Wrong speakers. High def. No. High def? Have we not connected it? Give me a second. Yeah, it was clearly not connected. And it's loud as fuck. I am concerned. I have to check if there's feedbacks, right?
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, there's no feedback.
I used to be a teacher, and I remember what it's like to be caught in the middle of two cliques. I suspect they'll find common ground soon enough.
Chilly.
It may
Okay.
take a little time, but that's just how these things work. Everything will be
Stream
fine.
with my speakers. Alright.
Listen, relationships are like any machine. You don't throw them out when they break down. You get your hands dirty and you grease the wheels.
Everything will not be fine. Do you really think everyone can just get along?
Must be strict, but also like really fun.
They say the world is over.
Yeah, true.
I'll tell you
But the
a
thing
secret.
is, right? I think we killed one of the students.
People
I
are
think.
more political now than they ever were before. In the end, we can't change the world. All we can do is continue to learn from each other, to empathize and use our heads.
It's so
All
bad.
war is a symptom of man's failure as a thinking animal. Steinbeck. Have you read him?
Look at the
Well, we have
child,
plenty of
and he's
time
like
to
asking,
catch
"Have you read it?"
My partner
No.
Mathew is amassing quite the literature collection.
I just
think
go and
you'll
come
like
back. Gotta say hi to other
In
streamers.
any
Alright,
case,
go
the
have
point
fun.
is, as
Go
long
have
as
fun.
we
Come
have
back
our
soon.
wits about us, we can always make the right choice.
Alright,
Right?
go have fun. Enjoy. Come back soon.
Right.
What's the matter, Clementine? Is there something you want to tell me?
Worried about Mathew.
You can talk to me, Clem. There's almost nothing you could tell me that would surprise me. I can promise you that.
I'm worried about your friend. I think that...
Don't worry. Mathew will be back soon. And everything will be fine.
But I think...
Hey, kids, what are you two talking about?
Oh, politics.
The hell?
Well, being from Florida, I would
Politics,
imagine
yes.
you know all about politics, Kenny.
Man, I know one advantage of living in the apocalypse is not dealing with that shit no more. I was just gonna check the windows round back before this storm hits. Give us a hand?
Sure. Miss?
Are you okay?
Please, do you have any food?
Are you okay?
I
get
saw the
noodles.
house.
Alright.
I have a family. We're starving. We live down there.
Of course. Why don't you come in, Miss...
Bonnie.
Bonnie.
Walt, I don't know. You just gonna let her in like that?
It's fine, Kenny.
We don't know this girl.
Then we'll have to get to know her. Right, Clem?
Walt.
How much damage can this poor woman do?
Check her for weapons.
Yeah.
Thank you. Really, but that storm will be on us soon, and I gotta get back to my family.
I'll bring something out to you then.
You don't have to do that.
No, it's fine.
What about your people?
We've got plenty. You stay put. I'll be right
Why
back.
do I feel like I've seen Bonnie before? Have I seen Bonnie before?
I have a little girl like you.
Have I seen Bonnie before?
How old are you, sweetie? I'm 11. I would have thought older than that.
Alright! Shit! Yes! Would you rather have snake fingers or whatever rubbish the guy? Yeah, crab fingers. Yeah,
Here you
yeah,
are,
I
miss.
remember. I feel like I've seen
This is
this
too
before.
much.
Don't mention it.
I don't know how to thank you.
Is this the
Just
whole
help
group?
someone else down the line.
Thank you so much. I'll be going now.
You stay safe.
You too.
He looks very monotone. So why does she have a kid?
Clem, go on inside and get to bed.
Sus.
Walt and I gotta talk for a second.
How do they have so much food and why are they giving it away? How are they procuring their food or
Don't
something?
freak out.
They saw the photo of Mathew,
Listen.
didn't
Okay, I gotta tell you something.
they? What is it?
That guy on the bridge was Walter's friend.
Yep, knew it. I feared as much.
See, I knew something was off, so I asked Sarita about their friend.
I know he was. For sure.
Damn it. Damn it, Nick. I don't think Walter knows yet, so we have to keep this quiet. I mean, who knows what the hell he'd do if he found out?
We should tell him.
He's gonna ask who did it, and you're gonna tell him.
It's the right thing to do.
It's right to get Nick killed because that's what's gonna happen. Now, do you still have that knife? Because if it was Matthew's and Walter sees it, he's gonna put two and two together.
It's with the other weapons.
Okay, well, go get rid of it. And I'll find Walter and run interference. Oh, and, keep an eye out for Nick.
I'm right here. What's up?
Oh, it's nothing, man. I just wanted to check and see if you're okay.
We have to tell you something.
Hey, if there's something going on, I want to know.
No, just go back to bed, Nick.
I'm serious. You guys can talk to me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
God damn it. Hey, Nick, shut the fuck up.
I can't, man. I can't.
Do not fucking blow it.
Blow it. It's over. I have to tell him, Luke.
Good.
What? No, hey, Nick, you cannot do that. Are you fucking nuts?
I gotta. I can't live with that on me.
Okay, I hear you, but, I mean, fuck, man. Do you know what he's gonna do?
You should tell him.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm warning you. This is fucking suicide.
I'll live with it.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. I can't handle
Amazing
this.
delivery. Yes.
Look, Clem, just
do it.
go do that thing.
It's one-liners. I'm not getting rid of the knife. Forget it. It's a combat knife. Ain't no way I'm like letting that go. Such a good thing to have. Somebody has already taken it.
It's gone.
Oh, there you go. Alright. Oh.
Are you okay?
I always liked this knife. Gave it to Mathew when all of this started.
Oh, that's why it's WM.
Who did it? Was it that kid? What's his name? Nick? Heard him talking earlier, something about shooting a man. I could see it.
Huh?
I could see it on his face. Wasn't sure then, but now...
It was us. It was our fault.
You know what? Lying would not do anything.
I don't feel good.
I mean, of course.
Nick shot him.
Is Nick a good man? Or is he just like everyone else? Is he just one of those fuckers that don't give a shit about anyone but themselves?
He is. He's a good guy, Walter.
Because he went to like tell him himself that he did it, right?
He was always going out alone. I told him something like this would happen, but he wouldn't listen. No, Matt always knew best. What's going on?
You need to tell him.
Pani, 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 pani.
Happened on the bridge.
Okay. Good. Oh yeah, I can't hear it, right? Oh, what a water bill.
Tell me what you did. Just tell me, son. Tell me what happened.
From a distance, it looked like anyone. I thought he was going to shoot my friends, and I shot Mathew. It happened real fast. I didn't know if I hit him, but I did, and I didn't mean to.
Do you know what you've done to me? Do you have any idea?
Go get water.
I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Walter.
Season 2 seems bigger than Season 1, right? Season 1 was very quick. Not Season 1, Episode 1. Wow. Come on, let me have the knife. It's so good. Oh, stop.
Walt, what's going on? The storm's got it spinning out of control. That sound's gonna draw walkers. We gotta shut it down now.
Nick, help me. Carry the guns.
Guns?
That thing's a damn dinner bell.
Interesting process going on. This is so good, right? This game is good, right? The story is so much more interesting. It's like watching a series while I'm actually playing it.
Damn it! Transformer must have gone. Gotta check it. I could use a hand. I'll go with you.
I'm going to.
No! It's too dangerous. Rest of you, get this thing shut down.
Okay. I am an engineer. I'll see what I can do.
Does anyone know how to do this? Great.
I can do it.
Okay, we'll watch your back. Nick, scan the trees with me.
Seriously, a child that's 11-year-old knows how to run a whole ass engineering circuit of just light a rice. Oh, okay, to light it up, of course. Visual.
Have to shut this thing down.
That was quick and easy. It was just a keychain and it's done. Okay.
Something ain't right.
You know, I've noticed one thing. All the Indian streamers, like are of science stream. Interesting. You learn a lot of things in different orders. I mean, interesting.
We
What
don't
do you
have
mean,
much
R
ammunition.
of science?
We gotta get
Oh,
back to the lodge.
stream. Oh, okay, that way. Not stream as in stream.
They're
Stream as
behind
in
us.
core stream. Okay, of course. He's so bad. No, 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 no. Why are you getting closer? Hey, idiot, come back. Floating gun, very nice. Psychology or commerce? If you're gonna take psychology or commerce, you're never into gaming to begin with. That's all I'm gonna say. What do you want me to do, mate? I'm out of bullets. Humanity is not psychology. Nothing. Oh, none of them are from apparently, except me now. But I like stream once a month or so. I mean, you can say that about a lot of people, right? A lot of people. Someone who streams like rarely. Or there might be streamers who you might not have seen, who stream at different timings. Who might be law and stuff. Who knows? You never know. Not me thinking he was gonna get got just a second ago. Oh, she hasn't used the rifle yet, has she? Oh my god. The knife can be used so consistently, right? Why would you leave the knife? It's such a useful item.
Please help me! Get inside!
None.
Go!
You never know, right? You never know. Just go for Indian hashtag streams, then go for people over there, right?
Clementine, are you okay?
What the hell?
Oh, it's power, isn't it? Oh. Oh, these guys belong to Carver.
Howdy, folks. Where's Rebecca?
Carver.
It's nice to see you, too.
Oh! Dad! Sarah!
Rebecca. Who's Rebecca?
Inside.
Bonnie is with these guys. What happened to the other?
It's you.
Keep moving.
Okay then. All this happened, and Alvin didn't even show up to help us, did he? So, okay, TLDR, right? So after the first story finished, Lee dies and everything. Clementine goes with Omid and Krista out into the wild. Like she follows them, and then one day when they're in a restroom, Omid dies by mistake. Okay, and the person who kills Omid gets killed by Krista, and Krista is carrying a baby during that time. Then after that, it spans to like 8 months after that, and you see that Krista is no longer carrying a baby, and there is no baby also. So I don't know what happened over there. But then like there is like a conflict, not a conflict. Krista goes out to get wood so they can burn something that they were trying to eat, but then she gets jumped. Clementine, I chose to help her, and then Clementine runs. Falls in a river, ends up in a different area, Over there, she meets a dog. She helps the dog. She tries to feed the dog. The dog bites her. And after bitten, she runs away. She kills the dog and she runs away from that area. While going, she starts getting dizzy because she's bitten. She's losing blood. Then she finds people, these people, the one that were in gunpoint, not the one with the guns just now. So she finds these people and they think that she's actually bitten by a zombie, and they're like, you know what, we'll throw you in the shed. If you're fine till the morning, we'll treat you and everything. But then she's like, I might not survive till the morning. So she breaks the small hole, goes out, pokes into the house, gets all the things that she needs to heal, stitches herself up, screams while stitching herself up. Come on, it's gonna hurt. Screams while stitching herself up, gets jumped by a zombie from the same hole that she exited the cabin. She comes back to the cabin to heal herself. Then when she gets jumped, she proceeds to kill the thing that Clementine, yes, Clem. All Clem, just Clem, okay, only Clem does all this. And she manages to kill the zombie. And then these guys rush in like saying, what all the noise? And they're like, well, I defended myself. And she's like, I'm still not bitten. Our sweet child has turned into something insane now, right? She's a menace to the society. So yeah, she's like, I'm still not bitten. Like full on menace, like I'm still not bitten. Fuck you guys. They're like, oh, okay then, I'm sorry. Then they're like, it's okay, we'll make sure you're fine and everything. Then they go out, they're like, get some rest. Tomorrow morning we have to go fishing. So you go out fishing with 3 people. You, a guy named Pete, and a guy named Nick. Pete gets killed in the process. He gets bitten, then he turns into a zombie. Before he turns into a zombie, he helps Clem to get back to the place by covering her from zombies. Then Clem goes back. When she goes back, everyone decides to go and find the other people that went looking for Pete and Clementine. Okay, there are 2 people who went to look for Pete and Clementine, because Nick managed to come back and tell people that these 2 are missing because we got separated. So Alvin and Luke went to look for Clementine and Pete, and Clementine comes back. Everyone else that's in the house, Nick and etc people, they are like, well, where the fuck are these guys then? They went looking for you. They start yelling at the child. Stupid people, right? Honestly. Then they still manage to like, you know what, no, that's not the case. We are gonna go look for them. I want you to take care of Sarah. Sarah is the one girl that's there who just ran and hugged her father. Okay. So they're like, you know what, you do one thing, you take care of Sarah. I'm AFK for a bit. Don't worry, I'm just giving TLDR of the whole game. Then they're like, well, you take care of Sarah, we'll be back. So while we are taking care of Sarah, a dude comes in, he knocks on the door and he asks us question. I tried to kind of not give him all the information, just gave him like partial truth so he doesn't believe anything, but at the same time he doesn't completely get all the information. And then I told people that somebody came in and they were like, oh shit, that's Carver, and we are actually a group that ran away from a settlement that he created. So I'm like, cool, we're getting out of here then. Then they're like, we're gonna get out of here. Then while getting out of there, we go to the place where Pete was there to see if he's alive. And we see that Pete is actually shot in the head by someone and he's dead. He was almost turning into a zombie because he was already bitten. So we are like, ah shit. Then we are like, we find an area that is this big ass area that we wanted to go to. So Clementine and Nick, right? It is Nick, right? Yeah, Clementine and, no, not Nick. Clementine and Luke decide, you know what, we are gonna cross the bridge, scout the area, come back, scout the area, you guys can follow us after that. So Clementine and Luke decide to go on the bridge, and the bridge kind of breaks and they struggle with zombies for a bit. And once they finish struggling, a dude walks towards them with a gun. So I tried to smooth talk my way through all this, not creating conflicts and stuff. He was a really nice person, but he had a gun in his hand. Nick pops up in the back. Nick is actually the cousin of Pete. Pete had died and he was like completely stressed out because of that. So he sees Mathew with a gun. He walks in, he starts pointing the gun. Mathew panics, Nick panics, both are pointing at each other. Mathew shoots, Nick shoots Mathew, Mathew dies. Okay, so we don't know his name. We don't know his name was still Mathew, by the way, at that point of the game. So then we are like, okay, fine. He was very nice. He was like, you know, I have food for you guys. If you need food in the cabin, you should come check out. I have food and everything. We're like, cool. But he dies. We go there, we check the food, and there's this one pregnant lady like she wants all the food. The husband Alvin is like, she wants all the food. Can I take all the food? I'm like, sure, man. And but the thing is, right, she's not sure who's the father of the baby as well. She's like, oh, I don't think it's Mathew. I don't think it's Mathew. I don't think it's Alvin. I don't think it's Alvin. She's whining about that as well. So anywho, we save these idiots, and then we go to the main camp. And the main camp, the main area that we wanted to go to, and the main area we see Kenny. Kenny is actually alive. He actually did not die over there. He was alive. So we are like, oh fuck yeah, Kenny. And then we hug Kenny, and we are talking and everything. And then we realize that there is the fourth person in that group. There is Kenny, there's Sarita, and there is Walter over there. But there is also a dude called Mathew who has gone out. Turns out Mathew was the dude that we shot. So I was very adamant on telling Nick to go tell him. It's fine. Go tell him that it happened. It's okay. You have to let him know that this happened. You can't be like, I didn't do it. I don't do it. You have to tell him that you did it. Apologize. And he kind of figured it out the moment I went to tell him about it. And he's like, so what happened? Tell me and everything. We explained everything. And at that time, we got a storm incoming and we got jumped. And this is the situation that's going on. Kind of rushed the last part, but TLDR is TLDR.
Look at this place.
That's Alvin, by the way. He's useless as fuck, right? Everyone was fighting. He and his wife are just chilling inside the house.
Bonnie? Power and everything. A lot of windows, though. It's fucking huge. Bill's gonna hate it. Now the rest of them could be anywhere.
Man, how the fuck are we gonna cover these guys and look for them too?
Johnny, cover that window.
Where's Kenny? Kenny was also here. Yeah, the teacher is that dude. Mathew and Walter were teacher and student kind of thing. Who's Rebecca? He's like, give me Rebecca. I don't know who Rebecca is. Oh, Rebecca is probably the girl, right? The pregnant lady. Oh, you're telling me? I don't think so. It's King. I think Rebecca and Rebecca's child might be
Rebecca?
Powers.
Look at me. It's gonna be okay.
Rebecca! Rebecca! Our baby deserves to be raised in a place of safety. I know you're out there. And Alvin, and Luke, and the girl. This is real simple. You want this over quick. You all play nice.
Wait, Kenny is not here.
My dad, please.
He'll kill him.
No, Alvin.
We gotta go down there.
I can't do that.
Beck, the baby. You need a doctor.
No, where's Luke and Kenny?
How the hell am I supposed to know?
We have to help Carlos.
Only way to help him is to do what the man says.
What about Luke and Kenny?
Look at those guns. If we start shooting and people are gonna die on
Luke
both
and
sides.
Kenny. Oh yeah.
Clem can sneak out. Find Luke.
What the hell is she gonna do? And you heard him. Carver knows she's with us.
Just stop! Don't hurt my dad, please!
We're going down there.
He'll kill you.
Fuck you. Shoot him! Somebody just shoot him!
Clem, go get help.
He'll kill him, Beck.
He'll do it anyway.
You don't know that.
Say goodbye, Carlos.
I'll find Luke and Kenny. Stay here.
God damn it.
Oh, yeah.
You never did listen.
Hurry.
Let's see if I can get your attention.
We need to find Luke and Kenny though. I don't know, right? The first option didn't seem valid over here. I mean, he wants something done. I don't think he'd kill someone, right? Because he has a hostage, he can use it. So might as well. I don't think he'd just start killing people one after the other. At least not this quickly. It'll take him at least half an hour to get to the killing part.
Clem!
Shoot him.
God damn, it's dark. Can't see a fucking thing.
Okay.
You all right?
Where's Luke?
Hell, I don't know. He was whining about something or other, so I told him to take a hike.
Oh, she did come down.
Fuck you, Bill.
Looks like they got everyone. Who are these guys? Can we take them?
The machine guns, no.
I've got a pretty clear shot on the one. Just a little bit to the left. You son of a bitch.
Don't. He'll kill them.
Oh, God.
Got him.
Why?
Walt!
Oh my God.
Why did he
That's
wait for
far,
so
man.
long?
Now, I didn't want to do this, but you ain't leaving me much choice. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna march another one of your friends out here, and I'm gonna put a bullet in the back of their head. Or you can give up now. Your choice.
Motherfucker.
A shitty choice to make.
Kenny, over there.
Hi, Elvin.
Bill, no! Tell him to stop! Kenny, stop!
Alvin.
Damn. It's a tough shot. What do you think? Clem!
Good.
Shoot him.
There you go.
Alvin! Rebecca, don't look. Just don't look, Rebecca. Oh my God.
Did I mess
Oh
up?
my
Was
God.
it not supposed? Was I supposed to tell him not to shoot? Oh no.
I can keep this up all night.
Sarita!
We're coming out.
Yeah, it is Indian woman. Yeah.
Let's go.
Where's Luke?
Oh, I'm also
I'm
here.
a cut and run, huh? Why am I not surprised? I warned you. I warned you not to follow him. Look where he's led you. But you're safe now. We're going home. As a family.
I mean, it's his new
All right,
girlfriend.
round
So
him
yeah,
up.
I
We're heading back to camp.
guess. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. The world is a rough place in this game, apparently. Clearly, not even apparently. I think I didn't have a choice earlier, right? Was getting caught was the choice. I don't know why I didn't think of it. Carlos is kind of hot, not gonna lie. Bill? Carlos? Who was Carlos? That's Nick, Kenny and everyone. Who's Carlos in this? Is it the dude in the back? Getting tortured?
Son of a bitch would have shot Walt no matter what we did. Well, I ain't going out like that. Not without a fight.
Yeah, I know.
Next chapter?
Folks are sore over what happened. But let's remember, these are our brothers and sisters, and they all have a vital role to play in this community. They strayed from the flock, yeah. That don't mean they can't earn their way back into the fold. I don't mean we can't find it in our hearts to forgive them, knowing full well those who choose not to accept our love will surely wish that they had. The storm is on the way.
He's the one in the hoodie. The dad guy. Oh yeah, that guy. Who did you sit with at dinner? Oh, a lot of less people sat with Luke. Took blame for Sarah's photos. What do you mean blame? Okay. Nick's fate. You players convinced Walter. Good. Left to find Kenny. Alright, fair enough. Chapter 2 done. Chapter 3. I could run chapter 3, right? Quickly run chapter 3. I think I could finish chapter 3 today, right now, in a bit. Good stuff. End credits. Yeah, I totally forgot, right? I've been playing the whole game without headphones. But the thing is, I'm running the whole game in speakers. Surprised you aren't getting any, backlash. Not backlash. Feedback. Yes, that's the right word. Of course, feedback.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello. Just finished chapter. Hello. Just landed. Oh, very nice. Oh. End credits. Backlash. No, not backlash. Feedback. I just couldn't think of the word for a second, right? Couldn't think of the word. My bad. I'm sorry. It's all. What happened? Sorry. Hold up. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, good to know. Hello, Lee. What's up? How was your flight? Got me hungry as fuck as well. Yeah. What is the background music? Background music is from the game, right? Like even when I'm speaking, if there's background music or like feedback, then yes, it's feedback. Yeah, it's because of the damn speakers. My headphones are charging, so I was like, yes, because it is. No, honestly, right? It's been a while, so I think it should be fine. When I get back, I'm gonna subtract my headphones. Music and something. Of course not. Why would I do that? It's like chair string. So rude. What do you mean it's like chair? It's like I do that on purpose. I have to end up going somewhere for a second. Ears. What do you mean I need to have ears? Also, did I click select? Oh. I might have to restart my game. So my audio goes to my headphones and not from my speakers. Maybe I should switch off because it gets very noisy if it's on and nothing is playing in it. And now I can't hear any music. Very nice. But you guys can, so yay. So not me, that's actually just hungry, right? I am hungry. Yes. I should eat something, but I don't know what to eat. I have like sweets and stuff, but I want to eat something like proper, right? Proper food. Soon. Maggie the walks me. Interesting name. Not gonna lie. Twitch. Just Twitch. Of course. How was your flight? I kind of feel like she's not in here, right? She's there, but she's not. The usual. Traveling. So difficult to travel all the time. I'm not a travel person, right? I struggle to travel. I mean, I would have fun, but at the same time, I struggle. I struggle with travel. Alright, good. I can actually now restart this game so my headphones would start working. Also, I'm gonna quickly check if my headphones is working in general. What is this? Oh, that is good. I can binge that. Eventually. I saw new anime. To binge 25 episodes. Headphones, are you working? Headphones are working. Fuck yeah. Time for me to watch. No, not watch. Play. That is, hello, I am back. Hello, welcome back, my friend. How are you doing today? Xbox Game Pass. I am gonna go play for the third chapter now. I kinda stopped because I switched back to my headphones as I kept my headphones for charging. If I do third chapter today, usually I keep only like 2. Huh? Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, right? Cook some instant noodles. Oh my god. Barbecue flavor. Instant noodles. Alright. Instant noodles. Oh my god. Look, a real noodle. Yes. Oh yeah. You guys remember the... See? Chapter 5. So chapter 5 is the end, I see. You guys remember the you guys remember the coffee thing that was there back in 2020 COVID times?
The Walking Dead.
Is that Lee's voice?
Who do you think did this?
Think about it. You're Carver, what do you do? What's the most important thing in this world? Clem, it's family.
People like Mathew aren't coming back.
Yeah. You know, they used to make like a froth kind of thing, then add like coffee and make a bigger froth, and I don't remember, right?
Rebecca!
Hold up. I'm gonna do this real quick. Okay, I just wanna talk about it because I kind of remember it vaguely, right? I forgot what it was, right? Coffee, TikTok 2020, trend 2020. I'm pretty sure. Was it this? Whipped, yeah, this. Dalgona coffee, yeah, this shit. Do you guys not remember about this? The Dalgona coffee. It was a thing, right? It was a huge thing back then. Can I get something that's very, very short? I remember making this as well, yeah. What was it? Coffee, then sugar, then you add like some water, then you whisk it till it becomes like a thick mixture. Yeah, with that, yes. Yeah. It is Insta, but I put it TikTok because Insta is basically Facebook, right? How Facebook is Insta but slower, TikTok, Insta is TikTok but slower. It's the truth, right? I'm sorry. Less depressor. Shut up. I know that. I like that song. And yes, I'm not, that's what I am here. I mean, I was a trend follower, not a trend setter back then.
Our baby deserves to be
Wink,
raised
wink.
in a place of safety.
Go to hell, you fuck.
Oh man.
We're going home. As a family.
Okay. What died? Chuck. Alvin is not finally. He didn't do nothing. He just died. Pretty quickly. Oh, what happened? Luke? Oh no, he's looking at just butterflies. They had risen. They has. The dead, of course. Second guy was Alvin. First guy was Walter. They have
done over there?
risen.
Yo, 1 second. Thanks
No
for
has.
coming with me.
It was supposed to be he has risen, but
I
again,
know they made you.
it's supposed to be they. Then I just
still
forgot
nice that you
grammar.
They told me to. You think I want to stand here listening to you pee?
Oh my god, I didn't even know.
Still, you could have said no. They've got guns. I don't think I could have.
Well, I'm
Oh,
done.
has.
We can go.
I just saw. I mean, I has been trying my best. I don't know what has been the problem.
Troy, get him tied up.
Will do.
Have you on speaker in the airport?
Well, we're on our way. Probably 30 minutes
Literally,
out.
somebody is talking
Make
about
sure
pee
everyone's
and stuff,
prepped.
and you're having me on
Emotions
speakers
might be
while
running
somebody is
high.
talking about pee.
Carver out. If I find out you've been
No,
wasting
lady next
fuel
to
to
me.
keep
Oh
that
god.
fucking heater going,
Tell her to
I'll
watch
make
my
you walk
stream. Watch my stream at Silpup on twitch.tv. Thank you.
listen to other folks'
More people are
conversations.
welcome. You're always
Has
welcome.
anyone ever taught you that? Where's your manners?
I used to have a walkie-talkie like that.
Oh, really? And what happened to it?
What?
Because you can't have this one.
I used it to talk to my parents.
Is that why you're looking at this one? Or do you want to call mommy and daddy?
I
What
don't
a
need it
bitch.
anymore. My parents are dead.
Passive viewers, I need more active ones.
Everybody's parents are dead. And that don't make you special.
But that makes you a fucking bitch, clearly.
And we're all grateful for that. Get the girls in back with the rest of them. We got a bit of a drive ahead of us.
Ian.
Are you guys okay?
The hell did he do to you? Hey, did he hurt you? Hey! Hey!
Wait, was I out there? My dad's alive. No one asked you, dumbass. Okay then. Yeah, 35% of my watch time for now. It's 35. Okay. After that, my phone. Oh, the battery. Okay. Go home. Go home safely first. Then you can. Don't. I rather not have you getting hurt because you're watching my stream. That was the worst possible thing I could hear. Go home, watch my stream with ease. Anyways, you like watching my VoDs, right? That's easier for you then. No issues at all. I mean, once you get in a taxi, I wouldn't mind you just sitting and binging, but power saver mode is a thing. Oh yeah, that too, right? Oh yeah, Mangalore airport took forever to get my bags, right? Doxing myself? Question mark? Not really.
All right, we gotta do something. Come on. Anyone got anything sharp? Anything? We need to get these bindings off. Hey, Clem, help me find something to get these off. Anything sharp that could cut these.
And what good is that gonna do?
The hell is wrong with you people? We gotta get out of here.
Like what?
What do you mean, like what? Something sharp. Anything that can help. A fucking... I don't know, anything! We're in a fucking precarious position here. We gotta do something about
Settle
that.
down, Kenny. They took everything. We have to keep a level head.
He's right. You don't know Bill like
I'm waiting for bags.
Bill?
Ain't about
This
the
whole
power
time
saver
it's
life.
Carver.
You
Now
should.
it's fucking Bill? Oh, I see what it is. Y'all are just getting a ride home, aren't you? That's what's going on here.
Say that again.
I'd stay out of this, boy.
Mister, I ain't a boy.
No, right. You're
I'm
a
a
man.
boy.
You don't understand.
Missing stream is like missing a whole season in this story.
Worse.
I mean,
fuck are
yes,
you
a whole
talking
chapter.
He wants to punish us.
Is he gonna kill us?
I don't think so.
He ain't gonna get the fucking chance.
You have no idea what you're dealing with.
Oh,
Do
he
you
gave me
do
a
you
pretty
guys
good
know? Okay,
goddamn
okay.
idea back at the lodge.
Okay,
And I
hold
don't
up. Do you guys know about this? I don't know if any day in your life this is gonna help you guys. But if it does, well, good for you. If you know that baggage zip lines, not zip lines. Zip lines are different. That zip ties. You know the zip ties that they throw on your hand. Yeah, if you ever get zip tied in your hand and you're in this position, apparently, yeah, I'm just hoping that this is useful for someone, right? I don't know. If you get zip tied, right, over here, the one will, that. If you get zip tied like this, apparently what you can do is, you hold your leg like this, and you just pull, and apparently it breaks. I don't know. I've never been in such a situation. Thank the fucking Lord for it. Thank the gods. I have never been in such a position. But you know, if it helps any day of the week, not King Place, yes, for sure. Not what I expected. I mean, yes, that is what I expected as well. But anyways, right? Behind a King Play. People liked it when I tied them up, so I don't know. I mean, hey, you do you, homie. You do you, eh?
And to sit around here and let that happen to the rest of us.
Just in case.
I'm trying to help.
I'm sure Walter really appreciated your help.
Like you helped Alvin.
That's not fair. You're blaming him for the actions of a madman.
I am pointing out that regardless of intent, there are consequences to rash actions. Something that he seems to be misreading as capitulation.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but I know it's
I don't know
bullshit.
what the fuck you're saying.
We have to do something.
Kenny, you can't reason with him.
Oh shit. Jackpot.
Sit down. You're going to get us all killed.
Y'all don't know what you're talking about. We get cooped up in some kennel like a bunch of fucking dogs. It's
I
over.
know rope technique, fisherman and
Yeah? Well, I've
you
been
mean
in this
that zip
situation
ties, right?
before. You ever been a prisoner?
We've all been prisoners. Why do you think we left?
Kenny's right. We have to do something. We can't just sit here.
How is it the kid is the only one that sees what's going on here?
Clem, the adults are talking.
Is that what this is?
All right, now we're talking.
Carver will be on the other side of that door with 10 people.
There, baby. It's okay. Everything's gonna be fine.
At this point, maybe Luke
Me
is the
talking
only
to
hope we
stupid
have.
people. You
If he
can't
was gonna
reason
do
with
something,
them.
he'd have done it by now.
I mean,
What he's
yes.
dealing with. Anything
Sure.
can happen out there.
Fisherman
tell
is
you
the
what
only
happened.
reason
He
I
abandoned
believe.
us.
Yes.
You don't know that.
I know he ain't here.
He may not be around, but he wouldn't just leave us behind.
That guy's a flake. I could tell the second I set eyes on him.
We'll have to wait and see. It's all we can do.
She's right. There's no way to know what's happened to him.
I
I
told
mean,
you
fisherman
already.
not.
He's gone.
Pretty sure they teach you that so you know you can keep people safe, not keep people confined. You know, safe in a boat so they don't fall off. So the rope that you're tying them to doesn't break off. Not so you can use them for BDSM shit. But anyways, right? You do you, You do you. Fish is safe, yes. Safe out of the water, right? You don't want them drowning.
Okay, let's do this.
They have guns. What exactly do you expect to do?
I'm gonna punch the
See,
first
I
son
don't
of a
know,
bitch I
right?
see. Then I'm
If
gonna
it's a
take his
punch
gun
at the
and use it to
customs
shoot
that
the
I
next
am
son of a
at,
bitch I see.
yes,
Just
not him.
Shut
Oh
up.
my
This
god,
ain't your
what
fault.
the fuck?
Hey, just if something happens,
That
just
is so,
help out, okay?
that is so
You know, get
such
yourself
a
hurt or nothing,
curveball,
but
right?
any help would be good.
That was such a curveball. I was so not ready for the naughty boy. What the fuck?
You trust me, right?
Kenny,
How?
please, just listen to them. They know him.
Yeah, okay. I trust you. I'll do what I can.
All right. It's okay to be a little scared, but we gotta do this.
All right. Everybody ready?
Kenny! Kenny, are you okay?
Is he okay?
I think so.
Oh,
what
perfect. Hit me? It's probably for the best.
Streams makes me forget I'm waiting for my bag. Hey,
Goddamn
get
brakes
the
ain't
bag
working
and
for
get out of
shit.
here. Easy.
All right, up and at him.
Oh my god. Is that girl the one that took us in the
How'd you
vehicle?
get your restraints off? Come here.
What do you want me to do? Why are you sussing me out? Man fell down, he's sussing me out like I did something wrong.
As to why we bring these people back when they left us as they did.
Think I've got an idea.
Now, it might not come all at once, but time will heal these wounds. So be patient with them until it does. And take solace in knowing that they're here to help us make
Also
our
forgot to
a better
spawn.
place.
Well, I hope they don't lose your bag, right? I know it's a common thing that happens. We shall remind.
They're all valid.
Okay.
No one needs to forget what they did. But we do have to find it in our hearts to forgive them.
Forgiveness, yes.
Look how much food they have.
Oh, I hope you ain't saying what I think you're saying.
As many of you already know, a large herd of lurkers gathers just south of us.
Come on, we need you for something.
Can it wait until morning? We're all exhausted.
Just come the fuck on.
Okay.
It's nothing we can't handle.
I need him. I need my dad. I can't. He looks after me.
They have been taken into consideration.
Oh, no.
This is not up for debate.
Good to get that. Huh.
He'll be back.
When?
I don't know, but he will come back.
Random. What did I miss? I should know. Alvin and Walter got shot. Yes, Alvin and Walter got shot. Yes, Walbert got shot. Yes. Emirates, man, my flight was delayed by 2 hours and now no, please, no back delay. How long has it been? However long I've been spawned here. Yes, nice keep of track time. Very good. Time track 100. Yes.
Thanks, Clem.
Thanks, Clem. I was supposed to say we are friends a while ago. I don't know why I missed it, but okay.
Make sure y'all stay off the fence. Bill can see if you're messing with it.
Just to survive. It's our obligation to make this community a beacon of hope.
Thanks, Barney.
Max shall be there in a
Yep.
bit. Homie is spelling, casting spells for the bag.
So that is what we'll do.
Y'all best get some rest, because there ain't gonna be much for you tomorrow. You're gonna be working hard.
That's for you.
Yeah, it would be. Fucking Bill. Keeps me out in the cold, but at least I'll be comfortable.
Hey, guys.
Reggie! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What did they do to you?
What happened here?
This could have been worse, trust me.
Spellcasting,
Lucky to be
yes.
alive.
Spellcaster, your bag will
it's
be
really
there
not.
now.
I would
Magic
tell you if it was.
pops up.
This
At
happened
glasses,
well after you
girl
guys
look
left.
like a
Reggie helped us
wish.com version of me.
when we ran away.
Ah.
I feel the same way.
What happened to his arm? I don't know. We were all running out together, but then he fell.
Interesting.
And everybody kept running.
I
I
don't-
know he had both his arms then.
God, I don't want to comment
They got
on
me
that,
working
right?
outside.
Especially because it says
Lurkers snuck
wish.com.
up on me
And
while I was
wish.com
hammering
tries to do the
something.
best that they can.
Luckily,
so, yeah.
they took the arm off quick. Saved my life.
That's awful. I'm so sorry.
Look, it was my choice to help you guys.
Hey, Reggie.
Oh, hey, Troy.
Don't go fucking up now. Bill's real close to letting you out of here. You make sure things stay nice and quiet out here tonight, and I'll be sure to let Bill know just how helpful you were.
What is
Yeah, you can
minimal
count
effort?
on me.
I
Thanks, Troy.
mean,
Don't mention it.
I mean, come on, right? You know your time's done the moment Avengers show up
All
to
right,
your
let me introduce you. We were
room
with them when we got
in the
caught.
medic,
Hey, I'm Reggie.
in the hospital. So
That's Sarita.
yeah.
Hello. And that's Kenny.
Hey,
Hello, who are you? This freaks you out. It's okay. Freaks me out too sometimes.
My name's Clementine.
Another
It's very
Indian.
nice to meet you, Clementine.
Damn, bruh. They went
Hey, where's
Indian
Carl?
max
Bill's
effort, I
already
see.
got him looking at some folks.
Oh,
Make
okay.
a wish.
Good. What about
Wish.com. Oh, right. I don't know why I thought make a wish, right? I saw wish.com and I'm like, make a wish, child. No, I am
save it
sorry.
for the
My
morning?
bad. Hey.
Some of us gotta be up early.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Sorry about that.
Like an idiot. Took me a second, right?
Okay, that's Mike. He's kind of a dick when he's tired, but like I said, he saved my
I'm
life,
sorry.
so
I got
I put up with
confused,
that shit.
right? Honestly,
Felt put into
right?
work.
I am sorry. I need to check what wish.com is, right? Because I know what Make a Wish Foundation is overall, but I don't know what wish.com is. Back. Make a wish would be actual me. Then at least try. I see. But do they actually get you these items, or is this a scam? Hey, yo, homie, stop, right? No shot. Nah, what the fuck? They actually have like laser shit attached, right? What? What zombie apocalypse slingshot is this? The ones I use are like wooden. They have laser and shit. What the fuck? Now I got confused between Make a Wish and Wish.com. But I don't think anyone is asking for me as a last wish. You would be the first wish, am I right? Oh, that'd be just sad. Oh, I mean, you know what? Based on what I said, yes, that would definitely be sad, right? Considering you're like the last wish, yes, that probably would be sad in that sense, yes. The ones I use are wooden. Excuse me. You haven't seen slingshot before, huh? Oh, word. Chafing. One word. Chafing. What? No. God damn it. No, like the regular slingshot. I use like the regular one, not these fancy ones. Holy fuck, right? Seven colors dog dress. What the fuck is this? What the fuck are these, right? This looks nice though. Eh. What is this? Why is there katana and stuff? Oh, it's an action figure. Oh, I think that's for artists. Not me just randomly, off-roading. Off-roading? Going off trails again. Damn it. Wish.com. No chafing and all. I mean, I don't know what Sil is into. I don't know what I'm into. That is what the right answer over here. Me neither. Bro be talking a lot of bad shit even though he knows nothing what I am into. But okay, I guess. What if the wood one breaks? Okay, I need to go check out what chafing is, right? Just to be safe. Hey, it's all for research purpose, okay? I just have to confirm, right? Rub. Oh god, never mind. No more research required. Thank you. Regrets, of course. You have two? What? Splinters, no. No, stop it. Please. Splinter, no. What the fuck? Curved flashlight, what? No. No, please, no cursed flashlight talks. Thank you. I rather not have those. Rather not. Sounds painful enough.
It was my choice. Besides, he said one.
I'm gonna go get water and come back. Give me a second. Too much cursed imagery. Be right back. Yes. I mean, no. Actually, not that either, but okay. The normal one is better than the weird one.
Brother,
You're getting water. Hold up.
What's that? What's that, brother?
I'm sorry. I know I'm feeling a bit sick. What do you mean? Talk about a wood. How, Slay? How? I mean, yeah, okay. Talk about a wood one, and now he's choking. Damn it! Could the timing not be any worse? Force of habit. God damn it. Well. Please stop. The choking part sounds like he's in the process. No! I finished my noodles. I am sad now. I can feel that. I can feel the sadness of finishing good food. Bro, going to fetch water from the well. No, like, I went to get water. French jump. This is the guy who started. No, like, I went to get water, but then there was a guest up there, so I was talking to them for a bit. Boy. Motherfucker. But. I have no idea. Like, why me? Should I be worried? Should I be worried that whoever buttbot likes butt stuff or something like that? I don't know, right? I'm taking wild guesses over here. I think he has a little crush on you. I mean, reading that after the statement I just said, right? Anywho, out of 8 billion people, a bot has a crush. I mean, why not, right? How lucky I am. I know, right? You're gonna be the first one to actually get a Android down bad for you. Who's literally called a butt bot, so you know. Anyway. But shut the fuck up! I have to. I don't think I should be drinking it. I should be gargling it. I don't think drinking water with hot salt is the right solution. Not salt! Salt! I'm like coughing so much all of a sudden. You know what? I think I have no other solution. Give me a sec. Just to be clear. I know that looked wild. I know that looked wild, but just to be clear, right? Just to be fucking clear, right? Oh my god, it's a cough syrup. It's a damn cough syrup. Okay, oh my. No. What do you mean won't make me hot? It's a scam. You. Yes, but you just said drink. I know it's drink and gargle, but you just said drink. Hey, yo, I mean, it looked wild, I know, right? Cough syrup. Twitch, it's cough syrup. I am sorry. Don't say you're welcome, I'm scared. I see my bag. What's your bag? Oh no! Oh no! I was worried of that. Yeah, that's a line I went with, right? 5 butt clip. Interesting. It's so wild, right? That clip is gonna be so wild. Come on, give the context as well, damn it. Somebody get the context in as well, please. Why would I get salt? Don't... Give me some context, damn it. Somebody, please. Not even salt. No other solution. Oh god, please let it be full context this time. It is. It's 5 seconds as well. Ah! Somebody get the full context one, please. Cough syrup, come on. It's damn cough syrup, come on. Oh god, it's so horrible, right? Oh man, I just realized like midway through like what stupid position I was at, right? Oh man. Yes. What is wrong with yes. You don't have it? I'm pretty sure you do, right? I mean, somebody has posted it. Is this? Let me check permissions. Oh wait, hold up, I'll fix it. Huh? What does it say? It should have. You should have perms for it, right? Bye bye. Have a safe trip home. Checking general now. You can't? Oh wait. Oh yeah. Only few people have access to paste over there, I think. What's the perms over here? Let me check the perms quickly. Permissions. Yeah, sync perms. Perms. Anybody can view, post. You can check it now, right? Now I can. Good. Yeah. What did I miss in general? OnlyFans soon, boys. No, so horrible. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's a cough syrup. It's a cough syrup, damn it. Somebody, I need to get that context out, right? Because if the word goes right, I am screwed. Home in time to watch more. I think you can. Anyways. No, don't clip. I no, like, God damn it, I'll get banned. That's not a good thing. So, context.
Once you were all caught, he let me rejoin the group, so I'm glad you're here. I'm just joking.
So hard.
I know.
I mean, he did say that, but I'm not happy about it.
Why is she off by herself?
Who?
Her, over there.
Fucked, right? So scuffed.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so she's fucking weird. They found her sneaking around outside the camp covered in guts and just like the grossest shit.
It's probably best not to stare.
I know how it must look, but it's really not that bad here.
Reggie.
No, I'm serious. Where else are you going to find food like we have? We've got the canned stuff, and now with the greenhouses coming along, we've got fresh food.
Right.
The building's getting more and more secure all the time.
It's a genuine
mostly
confusion.
Through forced labor, but that's only temporary. They've even got the solar panels working. When was the last time you had electricity, huh?
Well, we just came from a lodge with a wind turbine.
It's not a competition. I'm just saying, it's
Bruh,
not as bad as you
just
think.
asked.
We're building something great here, guys. A real community. Bill is making it happen.
You
look, I've made mistakes,
cute today.
and
Thank you.
he's forgiven
I
me.
appreciate that.
That doesn't make up for what he's done, Reggie.
I know that, but I'm starting to see what this place offers. I didn't before, and with the accident...
Hey, yo, buddy. Okay, that's fine. But be like, you look butt today. I mean, You buy me coffee first. No, where? What? Anywho, I am supposed to be Mathew. I don't know what I'm doing. Anywho, anyways,
It's just that much more important now.
Carver killed my friend Walter.
Walter?
Okay.
Oh, right.
I don't know what happened.
Thank
but
you.
maybe he had his reasons.
I appreciate that. I don't know why, but yes, interesting. I am struggling.
Listen,
I am struggling.
I'm really close to getting let back into the group. Once that happens, I can do a lot more to help you guys be more comfortable.
But that clip is.
What do you think this
I
is?
just don't want you to mess things up for me. I've worked really hard to get to this point. Will you please just try not to cause any trouble? At least until they release me. Then, once I'm out, I could help you more. Maybe even help get you out.
We won't get you in trouble.
They're expecting me to keep things in line out here.
Well, if Carver's such a great guy, I'm sure you've got nothing to worry about.
We can at least talk about it more in the morning. Just have a quiet night and
So
chat again
the thing
tomorrow.
is, right? I think my cough is getting cleared.
Look, the fact
Surprise,
is, Bill
surprise,
had
but
every reason to
I
kill
think
me
I'm
when I
just
helped you
having a lot
guys,
of.
but he didn't.
What do you call it?
Obviously,
What
I
do you call
don't know
that
what
shit?
happened
I
while
don't
you
know
were
what
all
you call
gone,
it in
but he's
English,
given me
like.
a second chance, and I know he'd do the same for you.
Anyways,
Reggie,
I'm sick.
I
right?
don't want a second
I can't
chance.
explain. Alright,
After
cool.
what he did to Alvin, I want him dead.
Don't talk more, it helps. Don't talk, just stream.
I need to sit down.
Yeah, come on.
Never
Sarah,
mind.
can you go see if there's
You
something
know
for
what
her to
that
drink?
means?
Okay.
Yeah, there's water over by the benches.
Yes,
Ah,
yes,
that
I know
didn't
what
go
that
as
means.
planned.
Hello, welcome
Should've
back.
actually
What
made
happened?
a plan.
What do you mean, never mind?
Man, fuck that guy. I don't think we
Oh,
can
wait,
trust
yeah,
him.
okay,
I mean,
go, have
clearly
fun.
he's already drank too much of the Kool-Aid.
I think he's just scared.
Everybody's scared. Ain't an excuse to sound like a nutcase. You gotta take a look around. We gotta know if there's anything we can exploit to get out of here. We're in a tight spot. Gonna have to wriggle our way out.
Well, what should I be looking for?
Stuff that they don't want us to know about. That Troy asshole's gone for now. This is our chance. Don't worry about Reggie. I'll go
Too
help run
many names,
interference
though.
on him.
This guy, did he say the same thing just a while ago as well?
Walker just snuck up on you, huh?
Yep, I was distracted. Just wasn't thinking. There's all kinds of noise, hammering and stuff. I saw its shadow. It moved in front of one of our work lamps down here and knocked it over. Couldn't even see for a second. That's what got me.
Hello?
Get lost.
Okay. Lee was just so nice, right? These guys are absolute maniacs. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What's with the eyes? Chill, lady, chill. Do you think, if we ever were to get such an apocalypse, do you think we would survive?
Yeah, like I said, it felt like
I just don't
Guess
see
it's
it
better than the
surviving.
ground.
It's not.
Oh, okay. What's up, Nick? I like how he came and slept already. Good man.
Hey, Clem.
Nick?
Just thinking about Luke. There's no way he's gone. That he left. How about it?
I
'Cause
think
me,
he'll come back.
I've known him for damn near 20 years now, and I can't buy it.
Kenny!
Of course, I can't say the thought never crossed my mind. Things change. Whole damn world changed.
I don't know.
Well, I did. He'll show up. You can count on it.
Alright. Let's believe in
So I'll
that.
try and get some sleep. You should too. They're gonna ride our asses tomorrow for sure.
Okay.
Night.
Interesting, but she's 11-year-old child. Just saying. I know
Looks
the law is not a
rickety.
thing, but it is a thing.
Looks kinda crappy.
Okay. well
This
barricaded.
place seems pretty secure.
That looks like a ladder. Okay, interesting. I should go talk to everyone now. You sure? Thank you. Move towards the left. Thank you very much. No. No talk. Visual. Sure. I'll talk to her.
I'm trying to be good. What? Reggie asked me to be good, so I'm being good. I don't want him to get in trouble. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Goody
I
two
didn't treat him
shoes.
very
All right.
well these last few weeks. Things got so complicated so fast. It became all about getting through each day. I'm trying real hard to remember the last time I told him that I loved him. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't remember.
He's watching over you, so he sees you now and he knows how you feel about him.
I hope that's true.
I hope
All right,
that
get
is true
going.
indeed.
I'll be fine. I appreciate you checking up on me.
Sometimes words mean a lot to people, right? Regardless of, actions do as well, but also some words just mean a lot to people, as far as I know. So it works. It works out in the end.
Well, out with it. Did you see any way out of here?
The fences seem pretty strong.
Yeah, they do. All right. A whole house full of building supplies? I guess it ought to be.
Oh, he's back.
Dad!
Did you get bonked more? He looks.
All right, go the fuck to sleep. I'm shooting the first one of y'all I see wandering around before sunup. Everybody get to bed.
Okay. Good night.
Some of these folks ain't too keen on leaving. It's up to us to figure out a way out of here. You up for it? It's your decision.
I'm ready. Of course I am.
Good, good. Confidence is good. You gotta have the right attitude. Now get some sleep. We'll need it.
The thing is, right? If it's a place that's actually nice, they'd allow you to leave. What?
What?
Get up. Bill's gonna have a word.
No. I don't think I will.
There's been increased walker activity along the fence, so be mindful when outside the walls. The herd's moved a little closer as of this morning, but that still doesn't necessarily mean we'll be hit. No, we're monitoring the situation. Now, there are some folks might be sore about what happened and how things went. Well, that's all in the past now.
Seriously?
Some of you are new to our community. Some of you are members who went astray. But know that you can find redemption here, forgiveness, by proving your worth through what will undoubtedly be hard work.
Okay. Wait,
Reggie,
what? How do these
you're
guys
nearly
get food?
back in. Keep following the path and we'll welcome you back with open arms.
How'd you sleep?
Let Reggie be an example
I
to
was
you all.
so tired.
Salvation is available, but it
I didn't even
must be
realize that.
earned. Kenneth will be taking over Reggie's duties outside the walls, and Michael will continue on
I just
showing
thought
his
it was
value.
nice to finally...
Carlos!
Yes?
Your child seems to be in need of correction.
I'm sorry. Sarah, apologize to Mr. Carver.
See? That's silent.
Sorry, sir.
No, that ain't gonna cut it. I can't have this kind of behavior on day one of your reform. You discipline her now, Carlos.
How do you propose that
One good smack across the mouth should do it. It'll make her think twice before opening it up again. Go on, we'll wait.
I'm not sure with my hand that I could...
Well, that's why you got two hands, Carlos. Come on. Not some namby-pamby thing, all right? A good hard smack. Otherwise, Troy here will do it for you. I don't think you want that. He can be
Yeah,
overzealous.
I'd say if you go for the
Is that
your
the word?
offhand, you'd have to
If it
use the
means I'll
back.
slap the shit out of her,
Backhand.
then yeah.
It's my fault.
Hey, no one's fucking talking to you.
Unless you want one of what she's about to get, I'd pipe down, Missy.
Poor Sarah. I mean, unlucky girl, right? Unlucky
I'm
girl.
sorry, Dad. I'm
Close your
sorry.
eyes, honey. It's only going to sting for a second.
Rough situation.
Do it.
Oh my god, that's not what I expected. Holy fuck.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Stop! You're not coddling that girl anymore.
That's
Let her sit there.
not
Think
what
about
I
what she's
expected,
done.
right? I was expecting
Troy,
something
get
like
Carlos to
a
his post.
chat.
Everyone else should have their
Not a
assignments.
full
It's time to get to
bong
work.
to the face, right? Homie, no. Homie, legit said white beard, right? Go went full like this, no shot, right? Like, ah, no, it's my child. Goes full white beard, you bonk. I'm like, no way, that's stupid.
Damn, you really knocked the shit out of her, Doc.
Everyone get to work.
See? Everyone like, what the fuck? I thought you loved her. Eh?
You're working in the armory. Follow me.
You remember her? He
Sawyer,
got
hurry up.
hit. He was younger. Oh god.
Damn this thing.
Oh, shit.
Clementine!
Oh.
Go on inside. Bonnie's waiting.
That is so weird.
Hey, I guess you're starting your day with me. We're loading magazines. Well, that's it. You got it.
Yeah. Of course I got it.
I suppose I owe you an apology. I wasn't truthful when I came across y'all at the lodge, and I was shown a kindness I never would have expected from a group of strangers.
Rough.
But
Happens.
now folks are dead, and I can't help but feel I'm to blame.
Yes.
But the plan was for no one to get hurt. I truly believe that was the intent.
Carver's the one who pulled the trigger. He's to blame.
Yeah, but I surely didn't help matters. I thought if I was the one that found everyone, I could control it. Keep everyone safe. But that ain't how it went. I apologize.
I mean, you could have just shot
Which
him.
don't account for
Okay.
much, but
I guess not.
it's
I'm
all
sorry.
I can offer right now.
I mean, that would be us for
How
me. It's
was your first night in the yard?
that would be
I
how
know it
we
ain't
get
so
yoinked
comfortable,
and bonked.
But it's safe. Which is more than I can say about a lot of places out there. I was supposed to go. When Luke and Carlos and all them left, I was planning on leaving too. When Luke approached me about it, I thought he was crazy. I mean, we're safe here. We got power, we got food.
Why didn't you? Leave, I mean.
If I'm being honest, I guess I chickened out. I justified not going by telling myself it's easier to try and change something that's broken than start all over. Take this situation with the herd. That's the type of thing that rips a community apart.
Okay.
He keeps things in line. He's got a lot of this stuff figured out. I don't know. I guess I just wanted to be somewhere comfortable for a while.
What changed?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out myself. I
What the hell?
mean, it ain't easy keeping a group this big fed and protected.
I mean, yes, you're
I don't
not
envy that
wrong, but at the
position.
same time, right?
Figured that'd make anyone a little stressed. I'm not defending what he did. That was... I'm alive because of him. That's just a fact.
Sounds like you really respect him.
It's not that. I just have sympathy for the man.
You know,
Even
sometimes
though
it's hard.
sometimes it's hard for him to do the same. Luke had ideas about how things should go, but They didn't line up with what Bill was thinking. They butted heads. Then Rebecca started showing, and that only made things worse. Maybe Luke was right about him. I wish he was around, but I just hope he's safe.
Hey, Bonnie, is that girl down there? I need to come get her.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, I'll be right over.
Is this the same girl that came and picked the group up from the 400 days one? I'm not sure, right?
Huh? What do you
Is
think?
it? No, not this. The other girl. The
I found it at the lodge.
curly
while we're
girl.
at. Think it might be for skiing. Had to wait for no one to be around to get it to you.
It's cool. I like it.
Well, I'm glad. I
Not
thought it was
sure,
cute, but I didn't know what you'd think. You better watch yourself. I think some folks might be jealous of that cool jacket of yours.
Oh, there you are.
This
What's
girl.
with the ugly jacket?
Tavia.
What?
Never mind. I'll see you later, Clementine.
Come on. Follow me. Come on.
This girl, was she the one? Or that was there in the ending of the first part? In that 400 days part? This is the one that was actually like, what, getting us out of that area
Stay
with
in
all
here
the
for a
people,
minute.
all
I'm
the
gonna radio
characters?
down and find out what you're doing. Don't touch anything.
It was, right? Oh, okay. Let's see how it is. Oh, Sarah, isn't it? She going full trauma mode, I see.
Hey,
Are you okay?
you want a hug? Okay, well, I owe you one for later then. You might not know it's coming though, but I could just sneak up on you when you're not expecting it.
My dad's never hit me before.
The situation's the situation, you need to
Even when I
understand.
was really bad. He never hit me.
He didn't want to do it, Sarah. Carver
Would
made
make
him.
sense, dumbass.
He's the
All
bad
right.
guy,
Understand.
not your
Because I don't
dad.
see the other characters,
So,
right?
in a
That picked
weird
her
way,
up.
Carver's the
She
one that
picked a
hit
bunch
you,
of them,
not
and
your
you know,
dad.
only Bonnie is here.
I guess so. Carver hit me super hard, because it still hurts like crazy.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Carver hit her as well?
For trying to help. I don't know why people have to be so mean.
I know, right?
Like, even when I'm really mad, I still don't want to hurt anyone.
I know, you're a good child, don't worry about it.
Don't mess this up.
Yeah, I get it.
Reggie's in charge here, okay? Listen to him carefully.
Yep, no problem, Tavia.
Octavia?
Okay, we gotta do a good job,
Alright.
guys. The camp is counting on us. Come on,
It
I'll show you what
sounds-
to do.
It's super easy.
Pick up a pair of those shears.
Okay. I like how they have a greenhouse.
Okay,
and
so
stuff.
we're
That's
picking
good.
these berries, right? Just pick them, put them in the basket. Simple. While you're at it, if you see any dead branches, take those shears and cut them off and stack them neatly for composting. Got it?
I did void fisher farming for a bit. I think I have like max void fisher, so I have to farm for it a bit later. And I need to farm for relics and
Hey,
stuff,
so
right? From
is she
Wisp.
gonna be okay?
I need to get Wisp and all the
'Cause
stuff.
what happened down there?
The Lich
That was
keeps
straight
stealing
fucked
its
up.
eyes, which my
I don't want her freaking out and getting me in trouble.
Lama.
I talked to her. I think she's okay.
Good, good. Because I'm awful at that stuff. Look,
I could
Bill's
tell.
had it out for me ever since I helped those guys escape, so I gotta concentrate on my work.
Okay. I know, Lich. You need to go beat up the Lich, right? Literally need to go beat up the Lich.
That was awkward. I won't do that again.
At the side, I read
gonna
like,
go work
what?
now.
She literally said, what, mate? What was that for? I can do this, right? But I can't do the other eye. Yeah, I can only do that, right? Can't do the other eye, sadly. Sadly.
Hey. Here, watch me.
Train yourself. What the hell?
This isn't that hard, Sarah.
I know. I'm just afraid I'll make a mistake.
It won't be the end of the
How do
world.
I
if you
train
do.
myself with
Just
that?
keep going.
Ah, shit.
Oh no.
Watch me, does a backflip. Of course.
You didn't do any of your work, Clem.
Just checking in. See how the new girls are working out. Reggie.
Yeah, Bill. Hey.
What the fuck happened in here?
Look, Bill, they're new, and me with my arm, it's just not the easy. I have one arm.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
What is the struggle?
You better have an explanation for this. And I mean now.
Bill, please,
Sounds like you're about to give me an excuse when I asked for an explanation.
It was my fault. I didn't show Sarah well enough. I guess.
Nah, this ain't your fault. We talked about this, Reggie. Didn't we? But you just don't get it, do you?
Get what?
Why don't you girls wait outside? Reggie and I have a few
This
things
guy
to
is
talk
annoying. Like, genuinely an annoying personality. I don't like it. Nuisance. Hello, welcome, I home. Welcome.
Help, girls.
Welcome back to your own home. You are welcome, yes.
What's wrong, Sarah?
How was the travels? How was your flight? What's wrong, Sarah?
Are you okay?
I gave you plenty of chances.
Please, Bill, no, please. Ah!
Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with this dude?
Incompetence. It puts us all at risk, and it won't be tolerated. You think about that the next time you're asked to do something.
Just traumatizing
Get
her
downstairs.
for no reason.
Bonnie's got some stuff for you to
Rasmalai
do.
was disrespected.
Go.
Understandable, I guess. What do you mean each joke worse than the rest? Love it. Huh? What are we talking about?
Oh, hey. So, they want you to run some supplies out to the guys working at the expansion. Real simple, just take this over to them. That jacket looks real nice. I don't know what Tavia's
Poor
talking
Rasmalai.
about.
What happened to the poor Rasmalai? What do you mean
What's
got
wrong?
disrespected?
Clem, you alright?
Reggie's dead.
What? What are you talking about?
Carver killed him. He pushed him off the roof.
Maybe it was just an accident.
No, it wasn't.
Listen to me. Take this stuff out to those guys and come straight back. Just be safe, okay? Now ain't the time to be calling attention to yourself. I need to go find out what happened.
No, Bonnie, no!
Hey, Troy! Clem's just gonna take them boys some nails.
All right.
Go on.
Hey, come back, Slay. How are you? How are you?
Hey, that ain't your concern. Get that stuff over to them boys. Just follow them cables.
Crossbows are the best weapon to have, right, in these kind of situations. Crossbows just work best. But honestly, right, State of Decay 2 was just so sick. I don't know, right? Ruining the whole settlement just to get out of the settlement is not a good idea, in my opinion.
I ain't nobody's laborer. Fuck that. Let them do this shit themselves if it's so goddamn important.
Get your fucking hands off me,
You ain't
man.
gonna force me to do this bullshit.
I said get your hands off me.
Or what? You gonna go tell on me?
I'm trying to help you, asshole.
Yeah, this is a real help. Why don't you just worry about yourself?
Reggie's dead. Carver killed him.
What? You sure? Who did you...
Shit! Fuck! Grab something!
No, I lost the knife, right? Bonk, bonk. QTE movement, of course. Oh. Oh, nice. Perfect. Hammer. Actually, ladder would have been nice. Screwdriver. I saw a screwdriver. There you go. That works.
Get up. Get out of there. Come on. Make me save your ass. Jesus.
What do you mean I killed? These people are such assholes, right?
Oh, thank God you're okay. All right, enough mushy shit. You get back inside right fucking now. I'm sure they got shit for you to do in there. Now! Think I'm fucking around? Now I gotta sit down here and babysit you assholes. Can't do a simple fucking patch job without me here cracking the whip?
Man thinks he runs the place. Oh boy, okay. That's not gonna last for a long time. Happy New Year. Happy New Year? You April Fools?
Stop! Hey, it's me.
Luke!
Yes. Man, bit the hell out of me. Think you drew blood. Come all this way. This is the welcome I get.
I was worried. We all were.
No, it's good to see you too, kid. All right, listen, we ain't got much time.
Look also
okay, I
hot,
followed y'all
yes.
here best I could. Haven't had a night's
No
rest since y'all
fiscal
got nabbed.
year. Smash
That's the
it.
first chance I got to talk to somebody. They're everywhere. Okay, they got guards watching everything. Shh, shh.
Smashable. Yes, interesting. But that's in game, right? The noises. I thought something was going on around me.
Ever seen around these parts.
Yeah, look at that.
Carver mentioned that. Said he hopes it passes
Up and down,
us.
man. I know how it sounds. Okay, bye. That is a good reason. Okay, he has an arrow mark that says up and down at the same time. I have my reasons for calling him up and down, man. It's a good reason.
I heard folks talking about that, but that ain't so. Okay, it's gonna hit this place. I know it is. Now I don't know when, but it's coming and it's gonna be soon. See, I've been looking for places to get you all free, but I haven't been able to find anything yet.
Are you feeling okay?
No, I mean, yes. Sorry. I just could use some sleep, you know. Hard to rest when you think a lurker's about to get the jump on you at any moment. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, don't worry about me.
Hey, I'm just saying what I saw, okay?
Well, the whole situation's dangerous, but well,
that's alright.
now.
That's alright.
It's what we got. We just
look at that arrow mark up and okay. The down might have been something else. Okay, up bad then. My bad.
Luke.
Oh, sorry. Shit. Okay, Troy ain't gonna like you being late. Listen, Clem, I need you to meet me here tomorrow about this time. Because I need you to get me one of those radios, okay? Do you think you can do that? Just one of those walkie-talkies. I just need to be able to tell y'all what's going on with them guards.
Yeah.
I'll figure out the schedule the patrols are on. I mean, they're all over the place, but
The dude, can you not see the dude in the back? The Superman-looking dude.
Out of here, so we gotta be careful. We just gotta be smart. Okay, we got a plan.
Where do I get one?
What am I
I
getting?
think they keep them in the stockroom. I ain't completely sure though. Just keep your eyes out for the charging station. Now they put most of them back on there at night. Remember, you meet me here tomorrow.
It looks like
I'll
a
try and be
depressed
here
kid.
around
I
this
don't know what
time,
you're
but if
talking
I ain't,
about.
just wait as long
It's
as you
pure
can, because I
depresso.
really need one
And
of
he
those
looks like he's
radios.
bitten for some
Just let
reason,
everybody
right?
know I'm all
Gut
right,
feeling says he's
okay?
bitten.
I'm worried they
Clementine, get out where I can see you.
Go on, get out of here.
Maybe when I get back to this room tomorrow, I can show you what
What the hell
I
were
mean.
you doing? Huh? Answer me.
I was looking at comics. There's a whole store full of them.
Yeah? No shit. You best not dawdle, girly. Pull something like that again and you'll be meeting the back of my hand. Bill Radio. Wants a
Clementine
word with
cute.
you up in his office. So get on
Okay.
up there, now.
I am not a racist, okay? She is cute, I'm not saying no. But at the same time, right? She looks depressed. She doesn't have that, oh, cute kind of expression. Oh yeah, look. Oh yeah, you are right. It might have been the same dude, right? Look at him.
Dude,
Look at him.
you better go up and see Bill. He doesn't like to wait.
See.
So you
Look,
should probably go.
It's the Attack on Titan dude. I forgot what his name was. Depressed people can't be cute. I mean, she. Sure, we'll call her cute. Yes, depressed people can be cute.
Rebecca.
She's a strong woman, surrounded by weak men. I ain't letting my kid.
What bullshit is this guy talking about? Man talks so much shit, right? All that comes out of his mouth is shit.
You make sure you tell me the truth when you're sitting where you are, and you won't end up over in that chair.
I have worried
you
my
might
son.
not believe this after what happened
fun.
earlier, but
Enjoy.
I liked Reggie.
Now I feel at
He
home.
was a
Yes.
funny guy. He kept
It's
things
his
light.
kid.
You
Yeah.
need folks like that. It's easy to let depression sink in during times like this.
What funny
But he
guy?
was weak. And I don't mean just because he was
Reggie.
maimed. That wasn't his problem. He was weak of will and weak of character.
What's maimed?
And
I
we
kinda
can't have
forgot
that
what
around
maimed
here.
means.
Not anymore. Not with what we got at stake.
He didn't deserve that. Even if he messed up, he didn't deserve to die.
Send Bunny Pig, thank you.
Oh, he certainly did.
Bunny boy.
You see, Reggie put us at risk with his incompetence. He's had a string of screw-ups lately. Killing one in order to save many is part of survival. It's one of the tough decisions that a weaker person couldn't make. It's why it falls to people like us to lead them to safety.
This guy sucks.
You understand? Well, I wish it was different.
That's a very weird
But they
mindset
are
to have.
weak, and we are strong. That's why it's our responsibility to shepherd the flock, to keep them safe. It's their nature to follow, not to lead.
I'm not like you.
I know it when I see it. And we're more alike than you think. In fact, I think you realize it, but you're not comfortable with it yet. There's no way you could have lasted this long.
High level
otherwise.
brainwashing,
I
right?
realized it back
Holy
in that
fuck.
cabin. You were scared, but you looked me straight in the eye, kept your nerve. That's what we need. If we're gonna get through this, the next generation has to be stronger than the last to lead us out of this. Kids like you,
I wonder
raised
if
the right
any
way, the way my
group is
child
working on a
raised.
cure.
It ain't this hurt that keeps me up at night. We can handle that. It's not knowing if I got anyone to hand all this off to. But I ain't worried about that anymore. All right, now.
Bill, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
The loading bay door is jacked. Troy really knocked the shit out of it.
How bad is it?
Rails are tweaked so it won't shut all the way. I don't think it's an emergency or anything, but it's something Stan should take a look at when he can.
I'll get him on it. Out. That fucking idiot. Heard on its way, and he puts a goddamn ding in my door. Go on back out to the yard. It's almost supper time.
Oh, Ringer, what is good, my friend? Hello, how are you? Oh yeah, did you check your Discord? Was it Discord? Discord, Insta, either one of the places. I asked you something. Can you check that and let me know? Because I wanted the updated version. I know you have sent it to me once, but I need the updated version. No? Let's do it. Tried to sub the other day, but I couldn't. Oh,
So you want to ring the dinner bell for a herd of walkers to show up? How is that better?
Cause this place will be fucking chaos when that thing hits.
I have a
No
new
one will be
date.
paying any
Bye-bye,
attention to us.
mama.
And that's when we go.
Go, have
It's
fun.
our opening.
Enjoy.
We just gotta
Try to
figure out a
sub.
way to draw them to us.
It
Friend
does
here
a
wants to
sucky
get us
sucky every
killed
now
by
and then.
lurkers before Bill can do it.
What is it with you?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Thank you. Happy New Year
You
to
know
you
that's
too.
not what he's saying, but it does sound dangerous.
This shit is all dangerous.
Kenny, do not speak to me like that.
Maybe Luke could help us. He's outside. He wants a radio to help keep an eye on the guards.
Thank you. That's the plan I vote for.
You know about Luke?
He flagged us down when Troy wasn't looking. Told us his plan. Mentioned he talked to you.
If Luke can tell us what's going on with the guards,
New
we can use that to
financial
pick a
year,
good time
of
to
course.
escape.
That
Money.
seems reasonable.
Oh my
Who
god,
knows
money.
when that'll be? There was a girl back at Crawford that used church bells to send walkers all over the city. We just need something really loud.
Oh yeah.
The PA system Carver is always using is quite loud.
There's some speakers outside the building, pointed toward the parking lot. I saw them when we were walking out to the work. Troy's always standing next to one of them.
I saw the controls. They're in Carver's office.
She's right. It's all controlled in Bill's office. There's a switch in there that'll turn them on.
How do you know that?
These guys aren't smart, are they?
I
They
used
could have
to make
just
a lot of the
keep the
announcements
switch
back in
on
the
and
day.
they can go.
I had it flipped on once.
So
Luckily,
you
there
got,
wasn't much around at
you
the
can
time
flex.
to hear it. It was plenty
Very
loud.
nice, very
perfect.
nice.
We just gotta get into
Everyone
his
settling
office.
down. Me
Why
alone.
didn't you say something sooner?
Because it
So
doesn't
sad.
change anything.
Also me who doesn't
This
go
isn't a
out, doesn't
discussion
talk
about
to any
how
new
to do
people.
it. It's a discussion about
I
whether it's stupid.
mean, am
And
I
it's
at
still
fault?
stupid.
No.
The sensible thing is to
If
get
it is
Luke the
someone
radio
that would like
and
me, they would
wait for an
actually come
opening.
towards me.
You're real
I'm
difficult
kidding.
to deal with sometimes.
Yeah, she get.
No, that's all right. You ain't exactly a peach either.
Luke's in no shape to help us. You want to put our fate in that guy's hands? It's not
Joan
happening.
King, by the
Why
way.
can't we do
1st
both?
April.
Even if we bring the herd to us.
Look at this person flexing, having good life and all. Flexer, big flex. Unbelievable.
It's probably good for Luke
Poor
to be
Slay
able to
getting
tell us
flexed
where they're
on.
coming from.
You know what? Fine. I can get behind that. Okay, so we get that turd a radio. He keeps us posted on the herd's movement. We fire up the PA thing and bring the walkers to roll over this place.
And then what?
Get some guns and shoot our way out.
All right.
Whatever we can. We improvise.
Then that's not a plan. You don't plan to improvise.
I figured out what your problem is. You don't
Y'all
think this
wish
stuff
y'all
through.
had my
If the end of the
friends.
plan is just to stroll through a herd of walkers, then you should know from the jump there's no way it's ever going to work.
I don't.
Actually,
I don't really like
I do
flowers,
it all
you
the
know.
time.
I have good friends, right? I don't mind that. I have good friends.
First words I ever hear you say, and it's just some crazy, stupid shit.
Hush. What do you mean
You
exactly?
can't have me twice.
When you cover yourself in
My
their smell,
God,
rub the walker
flex.
guts all over
Exactly.
you.
See, I think
can't
I
tell
have
you
good
from one of
friends.
them.
Now I don't know who's crazier.
Trust me, I've walked through herds before. It works. You just have to keep calm and make sure you're good and covered.
Lee figured that out.
What?
It's how we got out of the marsh house. Lee covered me and we walked right through.
Really? Holy shit. Oh, good one, Lee. All right, what are we waiting
Right.
for? Let's
I
get that
shall
stupid
not.
radio.
That sounds sus.
We still have to find a way to get in
Interesting.
the stockroom.
I got
Sauce,
a plan for
of
that
course.
too.
Yes.
Come on, kid. Gonna need
Shadow
your help.
clone jutsu question mark? Yes, then I talk to myself for
Where the
expert
hell did
advice.
she come from?
I just imagine Leah going in front of the mirror and yes. You know what? I don't get it right. What do I do over here? Ah, of course. Just looking at the mirror like, yes, you go. You are an expert at this.
We just need to use the winch. She can just climb up from there. Then
Random.
just drop into one of the skylights over the stockroom. There are shelves and stuff for you to land on, so
Couldn't be
probably
me.
won't fall to your death.
Great.
That thing breaks all the time. Unless something's
talk to
changed,
myself.
it won't support much
But
weight.
not in front of the mirror, clearly.
Come on, up and at him.
Don't push her, Kenny.
She's our best bet. I mean that, Clem.
Now or never, I guess.
Yes,
That's
couldn't
my
be me.
girl.
Just builds up.
We gotta get that rope down. Mike, you want to boost her up?
Come on, kid.
Mike Oxlong, yes.
Don't let go.
I got you.
I am worried that's gonna make a noise. So,
Try to hurry, all right? I don't think they're the sharpest guards in the world, but they're no idiots either.
okay.
They see you not in your bunk. We're all done.
Do you trust
he's coming
Kenny?
back.
I kind of
let
do
you
trust
go.
Kenny, yes.
Stand here.
Hello, someone.
Grab
How are
something.
you? Alpha Kenny. Okay then. But Kenny, yes.
We're in trouble.
With his life. Okay, I think I trust him. I think because from the, based on the first game, yes, I trust him. But I think he has gone a bit more senile. But it's fine. He's doing his best, right? He's doing his best. You don't know I'll fuck anybody? Alright then.
Yeah, you're not gonna believe what I'm looking at.
Huh. Okay then.
There's gotta be 2,000 or 3,000 of them out there.
Interesting.
No,
Interesting
not in the
thought
parking.
process.
I can't see them all, but I see the dust they're kicking up.
Would it be hearing me saying that?
What about how many there are?
It goes up and down the spectrum.
How can I be?
Okay then.
Fuck. I hope they pass by us.
God, yeah. You think we're ready this time?
I don't know. Bill thinks we are.
Of course he does, but he thought the same thing last time.
We learned a lot since last time.
Is it enough, though?
We'll find out if they turn this way.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Who goes this life? Yes. No. I don't trust. I mean, I don't trust anybody in this game, right? Because half of them are cuckoo in the brain. The half decent people I see in this game end up dying instantly, right? There is nothing good happening. Where am I supposed to go with this? I totally forgot what my objective is. Does it say what my objective is? I've been talking for the whole time. I trust myself. Exactly, right? That's my whole mentality. I trust myself. Yes. Am I done with the work over here? Oh wait, I'm supposed to go this way. Okay. Alright. Oh, I'm supposed to go here. I gotta check on everything else. Okay. Poor posture on the kid. Okay, I started fixing my posture. Okay. The moment he said poor posture, there was a posture check right before. Kind of forgot about it. Said posture. I'm like, wait, what's my posture? Is it not fine? I'm not sitting right. Alright, I need to get a walkie for it. That right.
It's crazy about Reggie, huh?
Yeah.
You think Bill...
Go on.
Nah, it's just... I was wondering if you thought Bill maybe...
Spit it out, Hank.
I don't think Bill was gonna let him back in.
Huh. You don't?
No. Do you?
I don't know.
Reggie's already dead. What do you mean?
So
clearly, he's not gonna let him back in
you
if
think
he's
we're
dead.
ready?
I think so.
Shrimp
Homestead, at least. Not sure about
Banana
the
motherfucker.
expansion.
Hey, I have good posture. Okay, whenever I'm sitting, yes, I do end up going like slouching like this. But usually, I have good posture. Whenever, especially when I'm walking nowadays, right?
I know what you mean. Figure we'd be used to it by now.
I wouldn't figure that.
You never got used to a light buzzing or anything?
A little different when it's dead human beings walking around.
I'll give you that one.
So what are you doing tomorrow?
Bill wants me to start getting this bay door fixed.
While you're down there?
Yep.
What happened to it again?
Troy backed into it when we brought the prisoners, the new people in.
See, it's hard not to call them prisoners.
Anyway, I'm looking at it now. I don't think we have what we need.
Jesus, really?
No way I managed to get out without getting caught. No, I am definitely getting caught.
You can't be smoking back here.
Vince, come on. Don't give me that.
If Bill smells a whiff of smoke
Oh,
back here, he'll
there you
flip.
go.
What are you thinking?
They don't know.
You know what? I'm just gonna
What do
tell
they not know?
I'm not letting someone else get blamed for this.
Okay.
That's
Thank God.
bullshit.
Thank God.
Vince, come on. Vince.
Oh yeah, see, these are the same guys that got picked up over there in the 400 days thingy.
You get him?
Yeah.
Okay, jump down. I got you.
All of them. Yeah. Oh yeah. We
best get in bed. Troy will be back any minute.
Well? You little devil.
Of course.
Everybody stay where you are. No need drawing suspicion.
That was so cool.
Thank you,
so
Clem.
cool. No, White,
I
I'm
told
so
you
cool.
you probably wouldn't die. Nice job.
Okay then. That's confirm. That's affirming, of course.
Thanks.
Yep. Anyway, get some rest.
I thought about Duck today, about his dumb little face. First things that come to mind are always the dumb things he was doing.
Dumb.
Kid
Jane.
was always
Was
running
Jane
in
part of the
circles.
group?
Every damn
That I
place he
saved?
went,
Can't
he'd
remember.
just run. You couldn't stop him. Makes it harder to remember he was a good boy.
Boy.
Well, long day tomorrow. One long day.
I need a trimmer, right? It's getting more mushy. To get this fixed, trimmed a bit. Gotta look good.
All right, we're all
Remember
here.
some of the story.
Someone's got to get the radio out to Luke.
I don't
What's
remember.
the problem?
We should probably figure out who's doing what before we...
Time to get up. Daylight's burning. They let you sleep in, all things considered.
Where's my dad?
He's where the rest of you are going. To work.
What?
Rebecca,
Wait,
Nick,
what is-
Sarah, Jane. If you gotta take a piss, do it now. The next break won't be for a while. Troy will be coming up for the rest of you.
Why just them?
Like I said, Troy's coming for the rest of you.
What is that mean looking guy in the back? Shitty settlement, right? Man has
All right,
telekinesis,
look,
just
if
did
we're
this
gonna do
and it's
something,
shut
we
down.
have to do it now.
That's
and if
amazing.
Luke's all we got, and we pair up with him.
I can do it. Where's the meeting?
Mike,
Yeah?
Clementine should do it.
Are you fucking kidding? No offense, but come on, that's crazy. She's a kid. Why would...
There's a million reasons. She knows Luke. She can hide. She got the damn radio for us in the first place.
Who cares?
And I'm sorry, Mike, but I don't know you from fucking Adam, all right? And if I'm trusting someone to do something this important, I'm trusting her.
Kenny's right. I should do it.
Don't do something stupid just to get some respect.
She doesn't need your respect.
Give me the radio.
Oh my god.
All right, little chickens. Let's get to pecking.
All right.
And don't think today's gonna be like yesterday. No way. No shenanigans. This rooster's gonna be surveilling your ass every second of the day, you hear? Got that?
Yes, sir.
I'm afraid I need an answer, girl.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Oh, you have your pockets all out.
Gotcha.
Gonna get your tags all snagged on something.
What?
Oh, let's go.
It's so sus, right? They just don't act straight. There's no straight face at all. They're like, too much expression.
Hey,
Gotta keep a straight
she's
face
with me?
to make it work.
Shit, I almost forgot.
How does bro maintain
Yeah.
this? I know, right? In this apocalypse too. Die.
Well, take
Die.
it. I don't care.
Wait, what's going on?
Never mind.
Just chores of a different sort. Come on, City Mouse.
I thought she said different
Can't you
sword,
cut
right?
her
I
a
was so
break?
confused.
She'd really rather keep with
Zesty
us.
was no, that's not what I meant, damn it.
Won't they need my help?
Well, today I need it more. Come on.
Bad idea. Maybe should have left.
I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
Might get it. No, that's
I
not what I
didn't
meant.
believe you.
You know, the
when
straight
you
face,
told
the
me
poker
about
face.
Reggie.
Nobody has a
I
poker
ran
face.
and
They're
found
like,
Bill once I left you. Figured
Every time.
even if he had done it, he'd make
I mean,
up some
me
sort
too,
of
but again.
excuse, But Bill was just so matter-of-fact about it. Like he'd
That's
pulled
what
up
she
a
said.
weed or
Okay, then.
something. Like it had to be done. And that was just one of those moments when your blood runs cold. Goose pimples up and down your arm. Because it
Goose
turns out the
pimples?
person you thought you knew was never there.
Uh-huh.
You look anxious, Clementine. Something the matter?
Come on in, baby, go. Poker? Barely know it. Okay then. OG line, come
You
on.
know
Chill,
you can
chill.
talk
Yes,
to me,
what is
right?
it? Slay? Yes, what is it,
I
Leah?
was dishonest.
I had to make a decision, so I had to make it right. That's what she said. Even though you barely understand Hindi, but एक शायरी फर्क की है. I understand. First की है. Okay. Okay, go on. Hit me up with your shairi, of course. I don't know why I read it wrong. You're supposed to say Irshad. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Yes, I did fuck up. Wasn't it supposed to be wah? What bullshit? Buttermilk. So okay, buttermilk को कहते हैं खास. Okay. Wow. Okay, let me explain first. Go on. I'll understand. I'm not dumb. Yes. Go further away from the mic and talk. No, you can't hear. It's so close. I don't know what else to do. That's the end. Then I'll say loud. Literally no one here will respond like that. So yes. When I say S ki hai, you say Irshad. Alright, fine. And when I say the first line, I say wah. Yes. I know. Proceed. I am not dumb. Come on. Please. Okay, let's start from the top. Yes. Don't explain. Sherry's to us. Say it. Yes. What is it again? Irshad. My bad. Struggle. Yes. Buttermilk को कहते हैं खास. की वाह. Okay. Wow. Okay. Irshad, yes. Khas? Cash? I don't know. Okay, I only say wow then. Wow, yes. Don't tell me the ek baat to hai is supposed to be ha. I ain't got time for your buckas. I'm probably gonna get time for this. Oh, alright, fair enough. No, I'm not gonna time you out for it. You're gonna go through the pain, right? The pain of zero reaction. You have to go through all of the pain of not having a proper reaction from anybody. Go through it. Go through the pain. Go through it. Okay, I mean, hello, Ozzy, what's good? What? How are you gonna untime him out? I don't know if I can do it. Hold up, there should be some way to untime people out. Turn on shield mode. 10 minutes. 10 whole minutes for that? Okay. Oh, moderator settings. I think I can untime him out. Permitted timeout. How in the hell did homie get timed out so quickly, right? Like unintentionally as well. Now, how do I untime out someone? How do I untime out someone? Is he untimed out? I don't know, right? To be honest, it wasn't me. To be honest, it doesn't show me what I did. I shall check as well, right? I don't know. Because last time it happened, he had to wait out the whole 10 minutes. So I want to fix it as soon as I can. I'm sorry. Feeling a bit. Anywho. Clear chat, no. Mod setting. Untimeout is that a thing? Not all caps, thank you. Okay. I have no clue now. Untimeout doesn't work clearly. Anywho, how did I bump to 9 viewers every time I get confused and I stop the game? Okay. Very nice. I am just confused and people are like, yes, confused fellow. Somebody untime. There you go. Welcome back, Sly. Good shairi, my friend. Good shairi. How was it? I don't know how it was. Nobody knows how to mod or what.
When I first met you,
I don't know.
I swear on everything holy that'll never happen again.
Bonnie, Luke's waiting for me to give this to him. He needs it.
Clementine?
And all I need from you is to just not care where I am for 15 minutes.
Untime out. And my used. Ah. I was close,
if you get
right?
caught
I was
and
close
you
out.
mention my name, Carver will be the least of your troubles. Okay?
I am not mentioning your name.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Funny, you're the best.
You should get going. Bill don't like idle hands.
Oh yeah, that's the person who was called NES. That's an idiot, yes.
Y'all better hurry that shit up. I hate babysitting you assholes.
Hey, Ringo with the 1 bit. My man.
Luke, are you okay?
He's bit, isn't he? Hold up. Quick check. Okay, I need to do something for Raiga. I'm gonna check it out. If he has done what I asked him for. He sent me a skull message. Not it. Oh no, that was for this thing. It's called the others old. It's energetic. Okay, then what kind of eyes are you looking him at? Anywho, I am mod. Yes, yes. Like there are 3 mods. You work. Well, 2 mods. Listen. I just fucking woke up. I just got home. Also, hello Ozzy. Yes. Hey, thanks for the bit ringers. 1 bit. To be honest, I just want to mod view. Yes, went to mod view. Lol. Hello, Slay. It's energetic. Active. Was about to check it up there. Check it there. Yeah, I was checking there only. Learn how to mod here. Hey, I don't get to mod much. Anyways. Okay, he's still working on sending me the update resume. He hasn't sent it to me. Alright, I'll check on it later then. Old, no lethargic, yes. Should use it at hits. Water storage and you got a fountain. Yeah, I have fountain of youth in. Okay then. Alright then. I'm gonna have to add a mod command. Literally telling you guys what and all are the mod commands. Just so you can mod properly. Yeah, he definitely is bitten, isn't he?
Luke! Where is he?
This guy scammed me.
That looks really old. He's probably fine.
Ooh. That was risky. See, okay. People who are confused on why I was calling this up-down man. Do you see it? It looks like an up and a down arrow mark, but the down is something else. It's basically up, man. It's basically what's up, man. Yes. It's basically what's up, dog.
Luke!
I swear to Christ you're gonna regret this.
I was...
You ain't supposed to be out here. You people been here 1 fucking day and already you're fucking up. Well, you wait and see what happens. Move! Hey!
How did I fuck it up? I know, right?
Get over there.
And how is it that we're repaid for our trust? With treachery? With deceit? With theft?
Did you know about this?
Whatever you were planning is over. It's done. You can't just run from your problems. You can't just up and leave when it gets tough. Because there's nowhere else you can go where it ain't. Tough
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to get caught and get slapped in the face so quickly. I was behind the damn boxes as well. That is Kenny, yes. Kenny alive.
You gotta help me find the strength to forgive you. Now you can start by telling me where the other one is. I'm gonna count to 3.
See, this guy trusts me a lot.
My hand by
Okay.
then, we'll have to make things more difficult. 1, 2.
I
got it right here.
Thing is right.
It's all right.
Found him in a ski resort. Yup.
Sorry about that.
Good man. Good man.
Not sure what I was thinking.
3.
No. Don't you dare fucking shoot at Kenny.
Fucker.
No!
God! Jesus Christ! Stop!
Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Troy, do
Let
something!
me go!
Stop! Clementine! Help
You
me!
have to do this, Bill!
No! Stop it! Kenny! Kenny!
Little shit.
Bill! That's enough, Bill! Please! Bill, there's a breach!
There you go. Why does she?
All right, everyone
she
come with me.
Indian accent. I
Bonnie,
don't know.
You stick around. Make
Yeah,
sure these folks
honestly,
don't get into
right.
any more trouble.
It's pure
Yeah.
child abuse.
Okay.
No supper for y'all tonight. Maybe an empty stomach will give you some perspective. And we'll try this again tomorrow.
It's pure abuse, right? At this point, this is just pure abuse.
Do your best with him, Carlos. You need to get him able to move, because we're leaving tonight.
There you go.
We're leaving tonight.
Nice. End of chapter? No. I'm gonna call it a stream, but it hasn't reached the end of chapter yet.
Ow!
And I'm late.
Dang it.
Dang it. (10 p.m.) Is it 10 p.m. already? Ah damn, it's 1 minute. Man, these chapters are going really quickly, so I was like, maybe I can finish it. I'll finish one more before I call it a
What'd
stream.
she say?
She said
Let's
she can
see.
get us out of the pen if we can get the PA system going. Second she hears it, she'll run over and spring us.
That's great.
It's not great.
What are you talking about?
Look, I know part of this is my fault. I know. I was hungry, I got reckless trying to steal some food, and I got caught.
Why isn't it great?
Because most of us are beat to shit or pregnant.
Okay.
And besides that, it's risky as hell.
It is pretty damn risky, guys.
Risky? Did you see what that son of a bitch just did? The plan works.
Bro, look at this guy hurt, right? There's
all
a
set
scratch,
up.
there's a
The
hole
hard
in
part
his
is done.
ears. Oh, damn.
This guy's fucking crazy. Who knows what he'll do next?
Yeah, but now we're dealing with a guy beat to shit, Sarita in no shape to do anything, and I'm a goddamn mess. Look, we should rest up.
Where is
Okay,
Nick?
We should bide our time, and we should wait for an opening.
Bonnie's agreeing to help us tonight.
And that doesn't mean she can't do it some other night.
I don't know, guys. Luke's making sense.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe we should wait.
This guy is like,
not
yes, Luke
waiting.
says it. Oh my god,
Ain't nothing
Luke
out there,
said
guys.
it. Wow.
Trust me, I looked.
Good luck with the
There's
studies,
no
dude.
food.
Bye-bye.
There's no supplies. They picked everything
Yeah.
clean. I'm just saying we gotta be sensible about this.
Where's Kenny?
Doc's over there working on him. And don't look good.
Yeah, Nick is right there, luckily.
This is what I'm talking about.
Can I see him?
I don't think that's a good idea. His orbital is crushed. I don't think there's much hope for the eye. I got him as stable as I could, cleaned it, got some of the swelling down, bandaged it as best I could. But until he wakes up, I
Where
don't
is
know if
Sarah?
there's any damage
Other
to the
than,
brain.
she's there, never mind.
Fuck. Okay, look.
I'm just keeping tabs on people,
Maybe
right? I
I'm
don't
just
know who's
playing
gonna
devil's
backstab
advocate
this
here,
dude.
but if... Damn it, if y'all are serious about going tonight, then we're gonna have to start talking about maybe leaving some folks behind.
No!
There is no other way.
This is bullshit.
Well, I don't like it either, but guess what? It's where we're at.
Kenny and I are only here because of you people. And now you intend to leave us behind.
So we should risk all of our lives?
What are you saying?
Nothing. I'm just thinking out loud here.
We'll figure something out. Okay, just... It's not fair.
Don't be
Life
at each
ain't
other's
fair,
throat.
Clem. We're just trying to make the best of a bad situation here. No one wants to leave Kenny.
Good. 'Cause you won't have to.
My man.
I'm all right, hon. We leave tonight. Plan don't change.
Not bad, old man.
Thanks, asshole.
You are one tough bastard.
Do tough bastards get their ass kicked in front of everybody?
Kenny cool. Kenny good man.
You all right?
This feels
That
way
wasn't
high
your
paced.
fault, okay?
It's all right.
Yeah, this feels too high paced.
All right.
That's the whole issue.
Well, then
with,
what now?
issue
We
with the
get
game
the
for
hell
me.
out of here.
With second
Like
season,
now,
right?
now.
First season was a bit
Yes.
slowly paced,
Where
so
are we
things
going?
will go on. This one is like
Things
highly
get
paced,
squirrely
and
we gotta make a break
you
for
get
it.
to play
We
less,
need a
and
place
it's
to meet
actively
up.
We can meet out at
actively
Parker's
stuff
Run.
The hell
happening.
is that?
It's a Civil War site a few miles north. Tourist trap. Got signs all over. Just follow the road.
We stopped there after we escaped the first time. Luke and Carlos know where it is. It's not that far.
Well, at least if a few folks know where it's at, it'll be easier to find if we're split up. All right, that works.
Then we just need someone to go set off that PA, right? I mean, you never bothered to explain who's supposed to do that.
It's gonna be me, isn't it? Of course. Of course. Send the child to the most difficult jobs. Of course.
Let's go.
Be sure to remember to flip the switch for the outdoor speakers. Just the indoor speakers might not draw the herd. It's right on the microphone box.
Right.
By default, it's set to play music, so you should just have to turn it on, right? Then climb back up and drop into the stock room. We'll meet you there.
Down into the office. Outdoor speaker switch. Turn on PA. Up to the roof. Down into the stock room to meet you guys. That right?
Perfect. Be careful.
Okay.
Well, right. You know what?
Only one bullet.
Hopefully I can. Good. Derringer.
Okay, now the mic. What? What's wrong? No, no, no! No, where are they?
There it is.
Come on, come on. Please work.
Huh?
This 4th of July, make sure your backyard barbecue is complete with Hal's full line of products to meet your grilling needs.
Time to get the fuck out of here, Master Chief.
You have the project, we have the know-how. How?
Yeah.
From charcoal
How much?
to propane tanks,
How much strength does this girl have to be able to pull that up like that? Holy fuck. She's a warrior, right? That whole glass, she managed to pull it up.
Kennedy leaf blowers are 22% off. How's that for a deal?
God
You
damn.
want to disrespect me, fine. You want to throw away the life I'm trying to build for us all? Then fucking fine. Want to run off with this dog shit group of crippled fucks? Then fine. Be my guest. But I will put a bullet in you and that
Get back!
There we go.
Come on, Luke. This ain't none of your business. This is just a bit of a custody battle we got on our hands here.
We should tie him up.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, we got any rope?
Okay, makes sense. Derringer. Oh. Oh no.
Go on and wait outside.
I mean, you took out the main person who was running the area. You can literally take over the whole area now.
We have to go.
Deserved, yes.
Please.
You have the number advantage. You can take over the people.
Go on. You don't need to see this.
That girl's already seen more than you can imagine.
Shut your mouth, Bill. You're all just gonna let him do this?
Yes.
There ain't one part of that son of a bitch I don't hate, but that does not make this right.
Kenny, please, don't do this.
It's gotta be done, Clem.
Look at you fucking ingrates. I don't even know how good you got it.
Just blaming us for no reason, but sure.
That's alright.
I did start my stream a bit late, so guess we're doing gonna have like a delay.
Lambs to the slaughter. No shepherd to guide you. Clementine knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Come on.
Come on, Clem.
Fucking big man, huh?
Let's go.
No,
I'm not letting you see this.
it's not your decision.
Atta girl. She ain't afraid to look it in the eye. You go with that feeling you got right now, Clementine. That's what makes you stronger than the rest of them.
Let's go.
Yeah, go on. Let the sheep out of the pen. We'll see how long that lasts.
I'll be right there.
You won't see anything.
That's funny, coming from you.
Okay.
How's that eye? Just follow my voice. It'll get you there. You got a thick fucking skull, Kenneth. Should've put you out of your
that's his own
misery
name,
right
Kenneth.
then. Now look at you. You're a mess. The fuck are you looking at, bitch? Don't act like you didn't love every second.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Die. Okay. That's a lot more fucked than I thought it was gonna be.
Let's go.
That's why she stayed? Okay.
No, I'm all right. Come on. We got enough to worry about.
Man, we're never gonna make it through this.
You kidding me? If Clem can handle it, you
Oh,
can.
Waffle. Just in case he doesn't come back from the
thought
dead.
they were
and
coming from
shoot
the south.
Oh my
They
god.
did. Looks like we're in the eye of it now.
Well,
Fuck. This is
last turn for stream.
Here.
Yeah, definitely,
You're
right?
gonna need
Because
some.
after this is done, I'm gonna just call it a stream for the day. I'll get back to this tomorrow. Finish it off. Oh, yeah. I had the most weirdest clip today, but sure. I need to get the whole context out, right? God damn it. It's cough syrup.
Hurry up and
It's
get
cough
swearing
syrup.
if you want to live. Or you can die here. Doesn't matter to me. Do it quick. We need to get covered before the rest of them get close or we're fucked.
This isn't gonna work.
I'll go first. You're gonna put that on yourself? We
What
have
do you
to,
mean?
Sarah.
She didn't know about this.
Okay, now you. Turn around.
Smells gross.
Shit.
Exactly what Clementine told.
Stay still.
What's his name?
Are you sure?
No, exactly what Clementine told
If
Lee.
you remain calm, I'll keep you safe.
Hurry the fuck up.
Turn around. I'll get your back.
We ain't got all day here. Everybody ready? They're almost on us.
In the actual fuck is going on here? What is this sick shit? Someone say something before I start. Hey! Don't you even fucking think about it, motherfucker. I will end you, you hear me?
Troy, we talked about this.
What? The fuck you talking about?
I told you I wanted to get out. You said you'd help, then I'd help.
I thought you meant get out of the pen, not whatever the fuck this shit is.
I did. But now we can leave. Troy, you can come with us.
Oh right, I forgot.
What?
Second time for Clem.
Well, where would we go?
Away from here. Together.
Yeah, I don't trust
Man,
this
you
cycle.
smell really bad. You gotta get a bath before we...
You shot my dick up!
Come on. Don't make any noise, got it? They might hear something they don't like. And for fuck's sake, walk. Act like you belong, and you will belong.
Oh my god. He is panic attack, right? Holy. She is a zombie, no? Regardless.
We got this, y'all. Is that Tavy?
Where's Bill? We need him up here.
Stay calm.
Gonna be okay.
Don't run.
Someone's gonna get shot, right? In between the mess.
Watch Sarah.
Quiet, honey. Clementine, come help me. Calm her down, please. Just say something. You're her friend. Clementine.
Dad! Sarah, get a hold of yourself! Sarah, did you...
This girl, right? Concerned about Kenny. Kenny got this, I believe. Pretty sure Kenny got this, right? What decision am I supposed to make? Chop her hand off. Chop her hand off. Anyways, good game, right? Good fucking game. My full-on trauma moments, of course. Kenny's gonna hate me.
Sarah's glasses.
He turned into Detective Conan all of a sudden.
She's gonna get someone killed.
You didn't have to take the radio. Carver wouldn't have hurt me like this.
Of course I had to. No telling what that asswipe would have done to you.
Oh,
so how's
boy.
it look?
I don't know, the
Am I
trauma
still
and
gonna be
half.
pretty when this heals?
Had to do with Lee, so I sure he will understand. Oh yeah.
You need to
Right,
get past
true.
that walker without drawing all the others. What are you gonna do?
Not now. Not now, damn it.
Is that what?
Damn it, where the fuck is Luke?
They're all gonna die, Clementine. Don't let them pull you down with them.
Oh. Alright. Help Sarah with her clothes. Help Sarah. Told Bonnie about Luke. That Luke admitted to stealing the walkies. Tried to speak up. Watch Kenny kill Carver. 48%. Okay. Chopped off her. See, a lot of people went with that decision. That is the most sane decisions. Anywho, good stuff. I'm gonna call it a stream now because I need to go have food. And I need to have some medication so I don't be coughing but the whole stream tomorrow as well. So till then, you guys make sure to take care, have food, have fun, enjoy, take care. Peace, bye bye. Also Ringer, Please, brother, send me what I asked you. I have to check with my sister-in-law. So yes, do send it to me. Anyways, take care. Bye bye, my friends. Thanks for the 1 bit, Ringer. Take care. Take for 1 bit. Thanks for 1 bit. Alright. See you guys later. There's always the other hand. What are I talking about? Good stream. Yes. Any whole stuff. Did I say that? How? Okay. Any other stuff. Not whole stuff. Whole is very specific. Oh, other stuff. Any other stuff. You do your thingies. I don't know what the subtitles are saying, but that's not what I was saying. Just to be clear. It was the caption. Ah, yes. It was the but. No, I don't think it's a butty on, not right. Yeah, I'll have to wait till the internet site, because if I've done this much, might as well watch the internet. Wonder what's for today's dinner, right? Could go check on that and come back. I could actually go AFK while playing music, so you guys can, I could click on end stream and just go listen, so you guys can listen to music. And I go check food and then I'll come back and click on stop stream, so works out in the end. Don't know how long the end stream is gonna be, but anyways, thanks for watching, people, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. If you are sleeping, sleep well. If it's a new day for you, have a good day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Bye bye. Oh, Ringo, thanks for the 1 bit, my friend. Thank you very much. Much appreciated 1 bit, my friend. I shall now head up. Yeah, must take medication. Yes, Ringo with another bit. I'm a hate today. Why are you gonna hate today? Today is a decent day, no? Yes. Anyways, Ringo, please send the thing I asked you for. Thank you. I have to go check on the. Again, I have to send that to someone. So yes, please do send me those. Yes, and I don't know where this guy is, right? Avni's April Fool's Day. Oh, right. I had my shares of April Fool, so yes. Ringo with the 1 bit, let's go! 3 in a row today. Oh, you sent it on Discord. Oh boy, okay. Fine. Oh, you DM me on Discord. Fine. I shall send this. Ask your bro if he can refer me, no? Tell him the job ID. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I'll check. I'll let him know. I'll send it to him in a bit and I'll check on all those things. Anywho, take care. Sleep well or have a good day. I am gonna go have some food whilst I check on Raiga stuff and other stuff. Anyways, peace. Bye-bye. See you.
Wait.
She in love with the money, all she wanna do is fuck though. Sitting in the bag, while I'm stacking up the hundos. Club going dumb from the drum on the 1-1. I'm already buzzing where I come from. Ho, bitch wanna be friends, and again, that's time I don't really wanna spend. Say I'm pretty and I'm nice with a pen. Need a little bit of ice and the keys to a Benz. Shake your ass, make that bounce and throw that back. Shake your ass. Then she give me face like a goddamn mask. Bitch, I got the Renegon, seeing what they been upon. Bustin' on the bitch, got her looking like a Cinnabon. I've been with this in the sun, they been doing minimum. Bitches playing games, doesn't matter, I've been winning on. Hey, so girl, why am I getting text? Say you might wanna check for my pipe in the neck. And my shit so trash, why am I getting checked? Said I look super saiyan, God form when I flex. With the money, all she wanna do is fuck though. Sitting in the bag, while I'm stacking up the hundos. Club going dumb from the drum on the 1-1. I'm already buzzing where I come from. Ho.
On the track. You mad, nigga, your adrenaline rushing. It feel like a bus, but I'm whipping a rave. Got my head to the ceiling, want me in my feelings, only got me feeling away. I ain't saying I'm addicted, out of a prescription, fuck it, cause I don't feel the pain. Let a nigga touch my chain, fuck it, nigga, kill him, fuck it, make it take me away.
I got my dogs in this bitch, I know they gon' shoot shit up. And my little brother turned to a drummer, walking my side, now he got the lumber. I said that Maybach where the gays at. Tell my brothers bought 100 summers. All my niggas know, run up them numbers. Fuck, run up them numbers.
Yeah. Run up them numbers. Okay, see you don't want no thunder. The old Tracy McGrady the one. Okay, see you don't want no thunder. Yeah. Christian the sweater, okay, Christian Dior the sweater. The double R came with the umbrella. When I put the hoodie on, it get realer. Put 100,000 in my Prodigy. Got some little hummus, got some Prodigy. And I spent 500 on Prodigy. Made out the price, popping overseas. Shawty gave me sloppy toppy on the seat. I make some cars, you can't cop the fleet. Gotta be an anti-social gangster, cause the feds watching my tweets. You mad, nigga, your adrenaline rushing. It feel like a bus, but I'm whipping a rave. Got my head to the ceiling, want me in my feelings. Only got me feeling away. I ain't saying I'm addicted, out of restricted. Fuck it, cause I don't feel the pain. Let a nigga touch my chain. Fuck it, nigga, kill him. Fuck it, they can take me away.
I got my dogs in this bitch, I know they gon' shoot shit up. And my little brother turned to a drummer, walking my side, now he got the lumber. I take that Maybach where the gays at. Tell my brothers bought 100 summers. All my niggas know, run up them numbers. Fuck it, run up them numbers.
Fuck it, I ran out the numbers, paid up like a plumber and sold out a bundle. I paid out a dip to your honor, when got some commas. You let it get to your head, yeah, I remember when you was around. I heard you got snaked by the fed, yeah, say you willing to tell them what up.
I still be chillin' in projects, even though I've been running them numbers up. They used to tell me I'm not next, I'm like, look at me now, I'm in front of them. And I just hope you never set me up my lifestyle to a regular. And I don't know how I'ma trust again, I swear, or tomorrow I might fuck up your eyes, yeah.
I buzz out a piece of the pie, yeah, I wanna speed off in the car, yeah. I got a cup full of hot tea, have a pool party with a passing. We be the top of the top it, these fuck niggas don't know where to drop it. They won't wanna ride it in a drop it, and he mad at my bitch got a mindset.
You mad, nigga, your adrenaline rushing. It feel like a bus, but I'm whipping a rave. Got my head to the ceiling, want me in my feelings. Only got me feeling away. I ain't saying I'm addicted, out of restricted. Fuck it, cause I don't feel the pain. Let a nigga touch my chain. Fuck it, nigga, kill him. Fuck it, they can take me away.
I got my dogs in this bitch, I know they gon' shoot shit up.